This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home with next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well and enjoying a Wednesday morning wherever you're at. Then again, you might be downloading it in the afternoon, in the evening, whenever you're watching. Thank you. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button whenever you're listening. Day, nights, weekends, holidays, whenever. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. All of those things are incredibly important. Sean Stanley, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, that is driving and mastering this program as always. Got lots of guests for you today on the show. Obviously, we've got Inside the Paint coming up at the top of the hour. So Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan will talk about a lot of things. I'm sure John Morant will be a part of that discussion. The Miami Heat, they take on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight at Miami-Dade Arena, and the Cavs are favored, by the way, by 2.5 points. In that one, over and under is 214. Yes, Sean, do we have a victory cigar? Do we have one? We got to give a victory cigar to the Florida Panthers last night. Yeah, they broke the streak. 11 straight games of losing, winning. And the last 32 games, they were 16-16. So it's kind of, but last night they beat the Golden Knights 2-1. Barkov and Lundberg had the goals, and Bob had 31 saves. So they made it 2 in a row. Victory cigar for the Florida Panthers. Little Perdomo. Yeah. Nick always gets to light up a cigar here on the show. Whole bunch of times. It's a beautiful thing. And by the way, the Miami Heat are coming off a victory the other night. They ended up defeating the Hawks. So you know what, Sean? Let's give the Heat a victory cigar too. Yeah. There we go. So victory cigars all the way around. And let's hope that he can come up with another victory cigar tonight from Perdomo. Would be really, really nice overall. We'll get the boys on in a couple of minutes. They'll be joining us, give us a little preview of their hour of hardcore basketball talk as we get down to the end of this season and, get to the playoffs and see what our Miami Heat have in the playoffs, because it's going to be tough for them, man, with their offense. It's just really, really tough in this NBA. So we'll get to that. I do want to. It's funny, right? The narratives that are thrown out there, and in today's world, when you don't like something, you kind of either justify it by lying about it, or lying to yourself about it, or you create some stupid, conspiracy theory. And everything's a conspiracy theory nowadays, right? Lamar Jackson is the latest conspiracy theory. Oh, the NFL owners are colluding not to give him the contract. Well, no, they're not colluding to not give him the contract. It's just that they don't want to give any more guaranteed deals, because then that becomes a disease to everybody else. Okay? They gave a fully guaranteed contract to an alleged rapist, but that's because the Cleveland Browns are freaking stupid. That's why. The Cleveland Browns fans have a stupid football team. They have an owner that's a moron. Okay? That's why. And that's what happened in that case. A desperate, stupid team did something really, really dumb. Mark Davis, desperate and stupid, gave John Gruden a contract that the rest of the league hated. And then it set the, benchmark, and it started to just put things out of control, that a Matt Rule, who's accomplished absolutely nothing, ends up getting the same kind of crazy-ass deal. Okay? So it's not that they're colluding. How about maybe anybody want to look at the facts? Like, I'm not giving that guy a fully guaranteed contract. He's a running quarterback. He gets injured all the time. Running quarterbacks have to deal with collisions. Running backs have to deal with collisions. Do you think they're colluding against running backs all over the NFL because they're not giving them big-time deals anymore? No. It's because it's bad business to give long-term deals and multiple deals to running backs nowadays. It doesn't make business sense. And nothing about Lamar Jackson makes business sense to give him a fully guaranteed contract. One, he's not even good enough as a passer as it is. And I get it. Some of you out there haven't figured that out. That's fine. It's all good. I brought on a Tennessee writer a couple of years ago. You guys, some of you might remember. And, he and I went at it about Tannehill and Lamar Jackson. And Tannehill's already gone down. Lamar's next. And eventually, but that's fine, bro. It's all good. But they're not colluding. Everything isn't a conspiracy theory. It's just common sense. It's stupid to give Lamar Jackson a fully guaranteed contract, just like it was catastrophically stupid to give Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract, plus insulting, disgusting. There's all kinds of adjectives I can add to what the Cleveland Browns did. But the Baltimore Ravens weren't willing to give him either a fully guaranteed contract. So now they put the tag on him and they allow him to go negotiate out there. And then you're hearing, well, the Falcons are out. The Carolina Panthers are out, right? Doesn't look like the Raiders are really interested in doing this, right? If you want a passing quarterback, you're not going to go get Lamar Jackson. That's a running offense that you're going to get if you have Lamar Jackson, not a passing offense. I mean, sometimes, everything doesn't have to be a conspiracy theory. I don't know what point in this time in our lifetime we became all Oliver Stone. Before we just used to use Oliver Stone as the only guy that would come up with all these crazy conspiracy theories. Now it's everybody else. From QAnons to elections to everything's a conspiracy theory in life. And you know what? It's not a conspiracy theory. They're not conspiring against Lamar Jackson. These guys want to win too much to conspire together. Bullshit. Okay? If there's a player out there that can help their team, they're going to sign him. They're not going to conspire against him. Lamar Jackson's a good dude. There's nothing to conspire. The guy you should have conspired against was Deshaun Watson. That's the perfect guy to conspire against. But it's not a conspiracy thing. It's stupidity. The Cleveland Browns are stupid, just like the Raiders are stupid. That's why they gave John Gruden that contract, and it blew up on him like that, like the cigar and the joke. They just don't want us. The bottom line is Lamar Jackson doesn't deserve a fully guaranteed contract. It's stupid. It's bad business. It's not collusion. Okay? Stupid teams do stupid things. Look at the Miami Dolphins. We got an owner that goes and gets Sperano in the middle of the night. Then we got the same owner gets convinced by his buddy, hey, we can go get Tom Brady, and they get busted. You know what I mean? These owners will do anything to win. So if Lamar Jackson is the piece that any team thinks they're missing for a title, they're going to sign him. They're not going to collude against him. They're going to go, screw you, I want to win. That's how the game is played, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So this just comes down to, is it good business or bad business to give an often injured running quarterback a fully guaranteed contract? That's what he's dead set on. That's what's going on here. That's all. No conspiracies, just common sense, probably. That's it. Anyway, Sean, I don't know if I sent Kurt the link, but, maybe we want to send him another one there. I know, Ira, we see you, bro. Relax. We see you. We see you. Why is he going waving? Let's bring him on. What do we got, Ira? Good morning, sir.
You know what? Before I even started with Kurt today and you, when I heard you talking about your football contracts and what guys are getting or not, to me, Big O, of all the numbers I've seen, whether it's you're saying what, even Deshaun Watson going to what he got, Daniel Jones, 4 years, $160 million, and he's not a good quarterback. And it just shows you right place, right time, sense of desperation. And you get a little bit too caught up and you wind up with that. I got to tell you, I think the Deshaun Watson contract is better. I think whatever Lamar Jackson would get or will get for himself will be a better deal for his team. Daniel Jones, 4 years. I know, folks, I know football. It's not all guaranteed. About half of it is. If I would have told you, Big O, even when the Giants were at their best part of their season and they were looking like a solid playoff team, definitely in there before they got killed by the Eagles, that I think Daniel Jones in the offseason would get a 4-year, $160 million contract, you would have told me I was totally nuts, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
It just shows some of the money. You can't A to B it. You can't say because Deshaun Watson got this, Lamar Jackson did this. It's all about individual situations, just like it is in the NBA. How many times have you told me no one was giving Kyle Lowry that money? Yeah, but Jimmy Butler's his best friend. He got him that money. No one's giving Duncan Robinson that money. Yeah, but because he did it with the Heat and they can't afford a replacement player, he's getting that money. So much of this is about time and situation and desperation. And
remember the part of the equation of the desperation part that helps your argument is that the Giants also wanted to lock in Saquon.
Yes.
But the only way that they could do that is right. And if they had to use it on Daniel, then they would lose Saquon in free agency. So it's almost like they desperately agreed to a contract with a guy that really doesn't deserve it. He's not good enough. But then just to also lock in the running back at the same time, because again, it's kind of what I talked about. It's not collusion. In today's NFL, you almost never want to give a second contract to a running back. You want to draft them, use them up for 4 or 5 years, 6 if you can tag them for an extra year, and then say, too bad, so sad. We're going to go get a fresh body because they just don't use bell cows anymore. Look at Derrick Henry. He's 29. Now they might be thinking about moving him, those kind of things. So to me, in Lamar's case, it's just you're talking about a running quarterback. You got to give up 2 first-rounders and a fully guaranteed contract. It just you have to be really stupid in order to go that far with that contract. If he was a flat-out free agent, then yeah, somebody's going to give him the money. They're going to try. But when you throw in the 2 first-rounders, that just becomes so much.
And the point you're making about Barkley and about Daniel Jones, the same thing we see in the NBA. It's crazy, Big O, and I know Kurt has seen this also. Sometimes this team will sign a guy back simply to have them use his money to trade him. Sometimes it works fine. The Heat have done that before. They did it with Myers Leonard. They did it with Goran Dragic. Sometimes you get stuck with the contract. For example, what happened with the Heat with Dwayne Dedmon. Wait a minute. No one wants this guy who can't play. We have to give up a second-round pick. That's the crazy thing in sports is being a +1. A guy who gets money not for what he does, but because of his value, like in the NFL, in a salary cap world with all these crazy exceptions. It's why one of the hardest things I have to do here, including on redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show every Wednesday, is explain these contracts that do make no sense. That if Kurt and I and you, Orlando, were to go down the NBA's contract and do value per player, dollar per win or something like that, it's so skewed because of situations and because of desperation. And the teams that wind up in desperation, you see some of these contracts and they make absolutely no sense.
No doubt. All right, we got a hardcore hour of basketball talk. We'll talk about the limping Heat, I'm sure, getting down to the finish line. Something tells me that they'll take the John Morant subject out of the holster. And Kendrick Perkins and his dumbass comments. Something tells me those subjects will be talked about in the next hour in the Inside the Paint, redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Helin.
And welcome in for another week of our 9 a.m. Eastern. Unfortunately for Kurt out there in the LA area, 6 a.m. Pacific, Wednesday, redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winterman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. We have so much to get to this week, so much around the league as well as with the Heat. So I'm not really sure where I want to start. Typically, we're mostly a Heat show, but there are a lot of little things going on. And one thing in particular, I want to get Kurt's thoughts, because I don't want to say it's breaking news, but it's sort of interesting. Last night, the Lakers retired Pau Gasol's number at the Crypt, at Crypto.com Center. Does that sound right, Kurt?
Oh, Crypto.com Arena is the official
Excuse
term.
me. Okay, I don't want to get that part wrong.
That nobody uses.
Exactly. Or at the Crypt, or as Kurt likes to say every now and then, at Staples Center. And what was really interesting, among the people there to honor Pau, or at least be at his side during that ceremony, was Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler.
And what I find interesting is this. The Miami Heat are in desperate straits of their own doing, have a huge 2-game homestand against the Cleveland Cavaliers that starts tonight, 7:30 p.m. at Miami-Dade Arena. No sponsor yet. Continues on Friday. Kurt, number one, how surprised were you to see Jimmy Butler out there? But more than that, because this goes to what we were talking about, Big O, in our crossover here, and team control and what they can get players to do or not to do. If you were coach, general manager, or owner of the Miami Heat, are you glad to see Jimmy Butler being loyal to a teammate and showing the kind of teammate he is? Or are you saying to yourself, what the hell are you doing out there flying cross-country for 8 or 9 total hours when you have a big game coming up on Wednesday? What was your reaction, number one, when you saw Jimmy Butler? What are your thoughts about Jimmy goes cross-country?
I literally double-checked the schedule. I'm like, they're not out west, right? They're not even on this coast. What are they doing? What's he doing? I was kind of confused. I'm like, is he supposed to be in Cleveland? I double-checked. I'm like, maybe I missed something, and they're just in Sacramento. But no, it was – I mean, it's hard to be mad at a guy, especially it's very Jimmy, to be loyal and fly, hey, I want to be there for this. So I get that. It's a little hard to be mad at him, but I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, which is you just had the 2 big wins in Atlanta. There's some momentum building. Here's an opportunity to really kind of – it's not going to be easy to get into the 6th seed, but as I'm sure we'll discuss, like 7 matters, and there you are halfway across the country. If he has a bad outing, you know what everyone's going to say. I'd be a little frustrated.
And the reason I bring this up is, again, if it's a player's day off. Now, what's interesting was the Heat originally were scheduled to have practice before the game. We saw that on the whiteboard in the locker room where they announced the schedule coming up. Actually, they used a video board. We came in after the game against Atlanta. Practice was canceled, which is not unusual, Kurt, in the NBA. You might have somebody scheduled, the player gets injured, guys play big minutes. It's a close game, which it was against Atlanta here in Miami on Monday. So I can understand all that. And then they cancel practice. So you sort of, hey, on your off day, anyone can do what we want and do as we please. But what I've seen more and more from the sort of hard, iron-fisted NBA coach and organization telling players, you will do this, this, and this, it's becoming more of players telling teams what they will do. For example, you're out there in LA. You cover the Clippers as well. We've heard stories for years since they've coaxed him away from Toronto that the Clippers allow Kawhi Leonard to do anything he wants, to commute to his home, to come up late on game days, maybe to schedule practice around him. We've seen other teams do it. The Lakers certainly have done it for their players over the years. Darvin Ham obviously was brought in to a degree be a player's coach and coax these players through. Tyronn Lue is really given into his players also as well. Is this just de rigueur of the way it is in the NBA? Should we not be surprised? Should we not be annoyed about how much of a players' league this is? Or, Kurt, since you do write for Pro Basketball Talk and might have a seething and searing take if they didn't lose tonight, should there be a certain expectation from players that the business at hand, Pat Riley likes to use the phrase, you've got to keep the main thing the main thing.
Yeah.
Is the main thing anymore for NBA players?
I think that's the issue, right? It's not that Jimmy Butler alone is just flying out to be a good teammate. It's It's the timing. This didn't happen. This happened in an important stretch in March, not a weird off night in January, where the next game is against somebody, it's Orlando or somebody you're not really worried about. I think that for a lot of organizations, this is now the price of having the superstars with true leverage. That you can only look, man. Tyler Hero's not got the leverage to do this. The other guys would get in a lot more trouble, right? Like Jimmy Butler can do this. Kawhi Leonard can do what he wants. Kevin Durant has used this leverage. Lord knows, Kyrie Irving has used this leverage.
Good point.
And there's very few, I don't know, Tim Duncans. I'm just going to start trying to run through the superstars who just kind of are happy to be coached and don't really push back. Curry's been generally pretty good about this.
Although to be honest, and just to take some of the veneer off a little, Steph Curry's also a guy when his team goes on the road, often will book a private home or a private hotel for himself, not stay with the team. The reasoning there, and Jimmy does this sometimes also, is, as you know, Kurt, you've been on the road with autograph hounds and sort of people getting in the way there. Players feel they can get a better night's sleep than everyone knowing, hey, I'm going to wait in the lobby for the players. So there is some of that also. I think it just comes down to this, and I've always said this. A lot of people ask me, certain players were out on the town the night before a game. Someone was seen at 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning out at a club. I always tell them this. If it doesn't impact a player's play, I don't give a rat's ass. If Michael Jordan, before playing the Heat in a playoff game, is going to play 36 holes of golf with Ahmad Rashad and then come in and be Michael Jordan, whatever it takes, I have no issue with that either. So a lot of times I'll get pictures from someone, or they'll come up with a TMZ report. Hey, did you see so-and-so? My only thought is, if it doesn't impact that player's play. Now, if Jimmy comes out tired, if Jimmy shows up on the injury report for load management or rest management or fatigue, hey, then all bets are off. Then I not only talk about Jimmy Butler being out there, God bless him, celebrating Pau Gasol, a former Chicago Bulls teammate, but I also look at management and ownership and like, hey, you guys are in charge of this also, of keeping it in the right place. So I think this is a story that remains to be told. Jimmy is Jimmy on Wednesday. Jimmy is Jimmy on Friday. Have no issue. It'll be interesting. Friday's a home game against Cleveland. Saturday's a back-to-back in Orlando. If you get a load management day there, then I think that changes the equation a little bit. And I think you do raise a little bit of more question. So that's the Jimmy Butler issue. Big O sort of gave us our topics today. I know we didn't get a show sheet ahead of time, so we'll veer a little. Number 2 is the Ja Morant story this week. And this is interesting also from a Miami Heat perspective for this reason. The Heat, after they go to Orlando on Saturday, their upcoming schedule, we'll get to this on the end of our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show, our third segment. We can go over the Heat's upcoming schedule, but they're Cleveland tonight at home, Cleveland at home on Friday, at Orlando on Saturday, home against Utah on Monday, and next Wednesday, they have a game against the Memphis Grizzlies. When the Grizzlies, and I don't even know, Kurt, matter of fact, I'm going to defer to you on this. You're better with Western Conference teams, and you do a lot of good writing in pro basketball, talk about this. Has this ever, the 2 games that he's away from the team, has it ever formally been described as a suspension?
No. In fact, I went specifically, I went to see Steph Curry's return on Sunday thinking, oh, that'll be a nice day. And then I'll just dip out before the Clippers-Grizzlies game. And that isn't how the day ended up working out. I got to spend way too much time at the crib.
Right.
Anytime you eat 2 meals in the same arena, it's a long day. They are not calling it a suspension officially. And it'll be more than 2 games. He's away from the team. I believe this means, and something's not been discussed, but what's been implied is he's getting paid still. Like they have not. Yeah, he is not. If the league comes in with a suspension, that's without pay. So I think that's part of the reason for the phrasing. But it's going to be more than, I will say this, just talking to people, it's going to be more than 2 games. He could be out for a while. It's impossible to say how long, but he's going to be out for a bit.
Let me cut the chase then, because of our local Miami Heat interest and wanting to know. And obviously we saw even last night's game against the Lakers, they were a different team without Ja Morant. What's your prediction as someone who covers the Western Conference extensively? A week from today, will we see Ja Morant back on the court at Miami-Dade Arena?
I'd be surprised. I mean, never say never. This team's going to free fall a little bit, though, not only because they're alpha, their best player in Ja Morant. And by the way, I feel bad for Heat fans. The most entertaining player in the league still, like on the court, like the guy I would pay to see. But they're not the same without him. And remember, they've also now lost Brandon Clark, a key role player, their backup big, to a torn Achilles for obviously the rest of this season and probably most of next. They're not the same team right now. They are a little bit obviously reeling. There's emotional drama in there, and they were without Dylan Brooks from a suspension, a 16-tech suspension.
Technicals, right?
Yeah. But out here, there you can see their psyches. It's just everything's thrown off right now, and I don't know how fast they're going to recover that.
To remind Heat fans, the Heat went to Memphis early this season. Ja Morant was out for that game. The Heat still found a way to lose. So you never know when the NBA, there's certainly with Jaren Jackson Jr. and other players on that roster, enough talent there that they certainly show they can compete and even win in those situations. As a matter of fact, they've been very competitive over the years without Ja Morant. They found a way to play collectively. They're mostly an ensemble team anyway. So I wouldn't say anything's necessarily, that's a W there without Ja, but obviously it changes the calculus there. So that's another national NBA issue that could have some Heat impact. And I guess the third one that Big O mentioned in our crosstalk, and Big O will be back at the top of the hour to talk about NFL quarterback contract madness. But staying with the NBA is Kendrick Perkins, who I think is more entertainer than anything else. And honestly, I think he's a very good entertainer, but I don't take his social treatise on the NBA as anything more than that. Kurt, I know you're involved in covering and the NBA award process and seeing how the whole thing plays out. This notion of a racial bias when it comes to MVPs and Nikola Jokic over, let's say, Giannis Antetokounmpo in this year's race and Joel Embiid either. Do you put anything into that notion? And when you look at MVP ballots and things like that, do you see that as something that, hey, based on what I've seen, based on the way the voting's gone, there is something there. There is a smoking gun.
I think big picture historically, you could try to argue that with some of them, but I just don't think it's applied this year. I think what you get with Jokic and Luka is more of it's a different style of game, right? It's just a player raised in a different system,
right?
Who plays in a different style, and it's very effective. I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this. I don't think that there is any intentional, like nobody's out there like, I'm voting for this guy because he's white. I just don't think that happens. Is there historically some skewing? No doubt. I have no doubt that decades ago there was, and even, we can debate Steve Nash someday if you want.
Sure. I remember it from down here because that was over Shaq, but Shaq had a really good season also. So certainly is that. I just think I just
don't think it happens. I don't think. Look, and I will piss off everybody here later in the year when I am a voter. I'm sure I will piss you off with some of my choices, but it's certainly not something I put in my calculations. Like it's just not.
Yeah, I think that might have been more toward the Larry Bird era. The league has done a very good job of forming a very diverse electorate, including international voters. They're really, I think, very careful about how they do that. It is a media vote, so you will get that type of impact. But honestly, that's not. It's just not something that I even thought about. And again, I understand on shows, maybe even like this, certainly on ESPN shows, you're trying to create talking points. You're trying to create debate points. So I guess I could see that, but I don't want to overstate that. We will get more Heat intensive in our second and third segments today. But one thing I wanted to touch on right now is it looks like Kyle Lowry will be returning to the Miami Heat sooner rather than later. Possibly as soon as this weekend. Did he go to Orlando? Nothing definitively said, but there seems to be that thought around the team. He has been out since February 2nd, the game in New York at Madison Square Garden. So we're talking about a 37-year-old player, a month removed from the NBA, who has done nothing but start in his last 600 appearances. Again, Kurt, we started this segment talking about when you're an NBA coach and an NBA team and you placate players, whether it's Jimmy Butler going to LA right before a huge home game against the Cavaliers. You've got to keep everyone happy. Kurt, there's no way that if Kyle Lowry comes back, he doesn't come back as a starter. Is there?
Boy, I got to say that's one, when you said that, I'm like, man, that's a tough call for Spoelstra, but don't you go to him and say, hey, man, it's been a month or, what by that point, 6 weeks, whatever it is. Maybe we should just ease you back. Maybe we should bring you off the bench for a first couple of games till you get your legs under you and see if you can sell it a little bit. I don't know how receptive Kyle would be to that,
right? Or
if you would, for ego reasons, even if he's the guy who plays fewer minutes, you've got to start him. But I don't know. Especially if you, you get this, you beat Atlanta twice, you get a split with Cleveland, you're starting to get in a little bit of a roll. Boy, that's a jolt to change the starting lineup this late. Just ask the Clippers.
Yeah, I know. And I know what they've gone through out there, and I know the adjustments, and all of a sudden you're riding high, and then you're not riding so high after all.
Yeah.
I think to sort of conclude the segment, and we'll get on more with I want to get some more Heat stuff intensive in our segment number 2 here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, is I think the only way you manage it is this. You talk to Kyle ahead of time. You have Kyle come out and say, I'm willing to do anything for the team, whatever is in the greater good. I'll go in that direction, and you massage it that way. So people aren't buzzing. Oh, it's a demotion. His career as starter is over. You get everyone on the same page. Now, whether they do that or not, Eric Spoelstra has a laser focus on the games itself. He doesn't need this kind of distraction. We don't know what Kyle will come back as. He was playing poorly before he went out. He is not having a good season. He didn't mention him in trade rumors or trade discussions. So you have that coming into play. And let's face it, Kurt, that's what we do for a living. I know people might think it's cold, but when we get our first chance to talk to Kyle, one of the first questions has to be, hey, the Heat floated your name in trade rumors on February 9th, over a month ago. What was it like to sit through that? Do you feel like you're still embraced by the team? Hey, that's just all part of it. That's what we do. That's what the fans want to know. So after our first break here in redrecover.com Inside the Paint, we're going to talk about the Heat, where they're headed, where the rotation is, if the 2 victories over the Hawks were a sign of life. And I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com about whether there is, and this sounds hard to believe with a month to go in the season, any chance left for the Heat to avoid the play-in round. And Kurt will explain the play-in round to you after the break also. That's all that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-NATE.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back with segment 2 of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. You see, Kurt has reading glasses just like me. He might be younger, but it happens to the best of us. I'm Ira Winterman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan. He's actually younger than he looks. From Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com out there in the Los Angeles area. If you missed our first segment, we went around the league, spoke about Jimmy Butler being at Pau Gasol's jersey retirement last night in Los Angeles, spoke about the John Morant factor and whether a week from today he will be available and back reinstated in the NBA for the Memphis Grizzlies. We also spoke about a few other issues, including All-Star MVP voting and whether there's a racial component. You can find any of that on the Big O outlets for podcasts anywhere on the web. Also, I'm going to the chat board, so if you want to go into our YouTube chat board, we will read some of your comments. Lots to get to. I want to go a little bit more Heat-centric on this second segment. Kurt, I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com about the NBA play-in race and where the Heat stand. And I posted that with the Nets' victory last night over the Houston Rockets and the Knicks' loss, even with their loss to the Charlotte Hornets, kind of surprising, ended their 9-game winning streak. The Miami Heat basically have to go 12-4 over their final 16 games to avoid the play-in. You're talking about a schedule where you have road games in Toronto, in New York, in Washington, in Philadelphia. I'm not just sure it's going to happen. That's predicated on this. The Knicks and the Nets both winning the majority of their remaining games. In other words, the forecast I used is after last night's game. If the Knicks go 9-8, if the Nets go 9-8, the Heat would have to go 12-4, one to catch the Knicks, including 2 wins over the Knicks, win that tiebreaker. They have to finish, catch the Knicks. To finish ahead of the Nets, they have to finish a game ahead because they've already lost the head-to-head tiebreaker. They're 0-2 in that 3-game series. To go 12-4, the Heat would have to play their best sustained basketball of the season. Yeah, they certainly had their moments against Atlanta, but again, those were both clutch games within 5 points in the final 5 minutes. You don't sweep a bunch of those. The numbers catch up with you. So I'm going to start in 3 different places here. Again, if you're in the play-in, you have to win at least 1 or 2 single games to make the playoffs, or you're done. You don't get to the best of 7 first round. The NBA regular season ends on April 9th, a Sunday for the Heat. It's a 1 p.m. home game against the Orlando Magic. That helps travel-wise. That Tuesday or Wednesday of that week, the number 7 and number 8 teams meet in a game. Right now, that's the Heat hosting Atlanta. The winner of the 7-8 game, people write this down at home, I'm not repeating it. The winner of the 7-8 game plays the number 2 seed in the best of 7 opening round. The loser, and I'm assuming the Heat don't drop below the 7-8 game. The loser of the 7-8 game is going to wind up hosting the winner of the 9-10 game. Right now, that's Toronto hosting the Wizards. The winner of that game gets the number 8 seed. The problem, and there's several there for the Miami Heat of being in this predicament, is this. You give Eric Spoelstra a week to prepare for someone, he's going to give you, I don't want to say the perfect game plan. I don't know if there's such a thing, but he's going to have you as well prepared as possible. If you're then playing on Tuesday and Wednesday, and maybe starting as soon as Saturday, the playoffs begin April 15th, there's a lot less time for that. There are tired legs for a roster that right now, half of the Miami Heat's rotation is 30 years or older. If you have to go to that second game, you're talking about a possible 48-hour turnaround to the playoffs. And beyond all of that, Kurt Heelan, and we spoke about this last week on our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint also, if you finish 7 or 8, there's a good chance you're going to wind up playing the Boston Celtics and Milwaukee Bucks, and that's a much tougher matchup. I know the Sixers are on the move, but a much tougher matchup than playing the Sixers because of Doc Rivers' playoff coaching history, because of the 76ers playoff history. They have not made in the Embiid era the conference finals since he's been there. So you're going to have a little bit of consternation there. James Harden as playoff player hasn't exactly been at the top of his game. You have a chance. So I want to go over these components with Kurt Helin. I can't believe I'm talking about this, but it seems this way. Number one, Kurt Helin. The Miami Heat going 12-4 the rest of the season. You're now going to Prize Picks or some fantasy betting site. You're betting the family's house out there in SoCal so you can move on up. Heat going 12-4 rest of the way. Starting with 2 games against the Cleveland Cavaliers here at Miami-Dade Arena. Your thoughts on the possibility of that?
Yeah, if I bet the house, even if I win it, my wife will have me living on your couch for a while. So be careful with that.
Yeah, we have a guest room. The kids out of the house. Feel free.
12-4 is a lot to ask. I actually have a similar story going up that would have gone up, hopefully, due to some technical issues, will go up just after this show. But I said the same. I feel like they're almost locked into the 7 unless they get help from Brooklyn. Brooklyn has to. I don't think you're catching the Knicks. The Knicks are playing very good basketball right now. You're going to need help from Brooklyn, even if you, like you said, I think 9-8 or 10-7's 10-7's not an unreasonable number the rest of the way. But then you need a lot of help from Brooklyn, and that's still a pretty solid team. I'm not sure they're coming back that much.
9-7,
but you got to get that 7. You got to get that 7.
Well, and we'll get to that in a second. I want to go over the Knicks and the Nets here for a second. I think we both agree 12-4 is hard for the Heat. So then you start coming down. You go 11-5, 10-6. You need help from the Nets or Knicks not going 8-7. The Knicks open a 4-game Western swing in Sacramento on Thursday night. The Kings are flying high. Kings never get national TV. I believe if they win that one, they'll light the beam across America. So I wouldn't want to be in the air when that game is over if it happens. The Knicks, of course, get a break going to play the Lakers without LeBron James. That matters. They get the Clippers, who are in a little bit of lineup funk right now, trying to figure who they are. You still never know about Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. And then they get the Blazers, who really are in a tank state anyway. So where you might have said,
they're trying to win. They are a one-man show. It's which Damian can you contain Damian?
Will you get 70-point Damian Lillard or not? Exactly. Yeah. So you have Dame Dollar in that regard. They do come home against the Nuggets, but they have a soft schedule. They have 2 against Indiana, 2 against Orlando. They have enough winnable games there. The Heat can get that tiebreaker by winning the 2 remaining games, 1 in New York, 1 in Miami. But that was a soul crusher last Friday night when Julius Randle hit a shot from his knees, that 3-pointer at the end. So I don't know if you'll recover from that. The Nets are a little bit different. They don't have any tough road trips necessarily. They have a couple of games against Orlando. They have Detroit. They have another game against Houston. So again, to get to 8-7 is not necessarily impossible for them also. Do you think, and again, when I look at the Nets team, this is not the classic case of selling off a player for draft picks and having nothing left. They have Dorian Finney-Smith in there. They have Cameron Johnson in there. They, of course, have Mikal Bridges, who's been a breakout player. They still have Joe Harris, who's hitting 3-pointers now. Nick Claxton, who's in the most improved player race right now. I would say 8-7 seems reasonable for the Brooklyn Nets the balance of the season.
Yeah, it is. I think that because they don't own their own picks the rest of the way, they all go to Houston. There was no point in them doing the Utah Jazz,
the race to the bottom,
everybody race to the bottom, because the value in that is having your own pick to use. They don't have it, so they got Spencer Dinwiddie's in there still. I think they've got they've got quality players all over that roster, good solid role players who can. They're not an easy out. They're a tough team. And by the way, you mentioned Orlando a few times. Orlando's not an easy out right now.
They play hard.
They've been playing really well.
When I try to say soft or not soft, I looked at Orlando, another team that a lot of these teams play the Heat don't, but the Knicks and the Nets do, is the Timberwolves. Now, if Karl Anthony Towns comes down, and we've been waiting forever for that, they're a different team. They can be very good on some nights, very awful on some other nights. So I don't know necessarily whether to put them as an easy game, as a gimme for the Knicks and Nets. Those schedules look fine. Here's my other point, and I raised this to you in our first segment. The Heat are now featuring 5 players who are 30 or older in their primary rotation. You have Kyle Lowry at 37, Jimmy Butler at 33, Kevin Love at 34, Victor Oladipo at 30, and Cody Zeller at 30. That's half, if not more than half, of your primary rotation. The Heat have 4 back-to-back sets left. They have one this Friday at home against Cleveland and that at Orlando. After that, they have 3 road-only back-to-back sets. At Chicago and Detroit is one of them. At Toronto, New York is another one of them. And the last week of the season at Philly and Washington. The Heat don't quit. We know that. They have their mantra. They wear their jerseys. They have signs. They're the hardest working, best condition. As I like to continue that whole saying, and blah, 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 team in the NBA. Okay, I get all that. Do the Heat have to say to themselves, hey, we're going to have 2 must-win games possibly the week of April 9th. We have to start resting players. You're Eric Spoelstra. Congratulations. You're now making $8 million more than you do at Pro Basketball Talk. So good for you. Now you can get that second
About
house.
$8 million more, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So my question is, do the Heat have to be cautious also of not this hell-bent race to try to get to 5 or 6 and instead accept reality? A team that very rarely accepts reality.
I think that, like you said, because of the older roster, especially you said one the last week. You really got, I mean, it depends obviously on where you are in the standings and how vital that game is and all that kind of stuff. But those are the games where, I mean, I think those are moments where you've got to pick one of the two. And maybe the Heat go, hey, we can beat Detroit, so we'll sacrifice the first game and load it on
second night. Yeah.
Then the worst team in the NBA over the last few weeks or whatever. Pick your spots there and get the wins. But yeah, I think with that kind of roster, I don't think they're the only team doing it. I think teams with younger rosters are doing it too. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. If you have that must-win, potentially 2 must-win games over that week right after the season, then you have got to get the legs rest before that moment.
And I think, like you mentioned, Kurt, and I thought it was a very cogent point also, is you also have to assure that you are getting that number 7 seed. That number 7 matters, because when you're the number 7 seed, you do get home court in the first round. Well, not first round, in the first round of the play-in. You win that game, you're off to play number 7. It's still a tenuous 2.5 game lead over the Hawks. It's really 3 because the Heat have the tiebreaker. But even tonight, the Heat are playing the Cleveland Cavaliers. Both teams are rested. The Hawks are home against a Washington Wizards team that literally went to the last 1/10 of a second last night to eke out a victory in Detroit. Atlanta will want to bounce back from the 2 losses to the Heat. So the Heat-Hawks situation there could be down to a 1.5 games by the end of tonight's play. So the Heat do need to stack some wins also to be careful there. If you're going to play 7-8, you want to play 7-8 at home. 1, you don't want to have to travel after your last game of the regular season. And 2, I think the Heat, after what they did against Atlanta in these 2 games, would feel much more comfortable bringing Trae Young and those guys down here for another night on South Beach before a playoff game. So you have to be careful of that. Looking at the scenarios, Kurt Heelan, it looks like it'll be Heat-Hawks right now.
Yeah.
If the Heat were to open against the Hawks at Miami-Dade Arena, would you have the Heat favored in that play-in game?
Absolutely. I don't trust the Hawks at all. I do think Miami has, as we have discussed many times here, and frankly, it's something that should concern the heck out of Boston, who looks like the 2 seed. Miami's able to. Jimmy Butler ramps himself up. This is a team and a franchise that really does understand rising to those moments in the postseason. And sometimes on Inside the Paint, Recover.com show, we talk about, they've got to do more in the regular season. They got to be serious about the regular season, but they are very good about picking their the moment in those playoffs. So I would have the Heat as favorites, not huge favorites, just because there's talent in Atlanta.
Trae Young goes off or something like that. It changes the equation. If the Heat were to open in Atlanta, would that change your thinking?
Ooh, then I'd have it as a toss-up. I think Trae's a little more comfortable at home, but more importantly, everybody knows, your role players are just more comfortable. You're just more likely to get good games out of the guys down the roster. You're the first guy off the bench than you are at home. At home than on the road, where guys tend to be the role players tend to shrink a little on the road.
Okay, so that would be the 7-8 game. The winner of that plays the number 2 seed, either Boston or Milwaukee. Outside chance, Philadelphia, which I think the Heat would embrace. The Heat would love nothing more than to see Philadelphia move to number 2 and get that series. That would be the 7-8. Winner advances to number 2. Loser hosts the next game. Last chance for the playoffs. Right now, I'm assuming Chicago's had enough. They just seem like a team that wants to quit all season. I know that the lottery is not a priority to them because they've traded picks. I get all of that. The number 9-10 game right now is Toronto hosting Washington. How would you look at that game?
I mean, I've been higher on Toronto all season, but they have disappointed me all season long. I think the advantage, actually, I'd almost call that a toss-up also just because Washington does have guys. Beal is capable of rising to the moment. He is a very good player. And they have some depth. Kuzma can play and has
Kuzma can go off and have that 30-point game. Porzingis can go off and have that 30-point game.
They're a dangerous playoff team.
And again, this is almost an NCAA tournament-like because it's one and done. So I'm not saying the team has to win a series. They have to survive. So let's say the Heat, I'm just spitballing now on a redrecover.com Inside the Paint show because of the predicament. Let's say the Heat lose that first game, I'm assuming to Atlanta. They come home. Heat at home against Washington. Your thoughts on that? This is for the number 8 seed.
Again, I would have Miami favorite because Wizards just don't really protect the paint. They don't do. I think the athleticism and strength of Bam Adebayo can neutralize and give Porzingis problems. But again, that's just a scary team in any one game because of the talent on the roster. Because of and they're playing. We saw it on the game winner last night. Hey, everybody in that arena, everybody east of the Mississippi knew, hey, you know what they're going to do is give it to Bradley Beal. Like he's going to isolate, and he misses, and Gafford
is right there.
Made the right play. They're playing some smart basketball.
They're playing hard, and they're playing hard also. Heat against Toronto, if it winds up in that game for number 8. Toronto's a team that scares the bejesus out of me for this reason. You spoke about Washington having guys. To me, Pascal Siakam can go off. Fred VanVleet can go off. There's a couple of players there that can give you a 40-burger in that situation.
And they're a little bit weird to play against. I think it hurts them over a long series, but their advantage in one game is, it's a little different now that they've added Jakob Poeltl. They do have a traditional center providing rim protection that they desperately needed, but they don't play like a traditional team because 2, 3, and 4 are all long switchable, and they can add guys at center. They're a team that can Nick Nurse can keep rolling guys out to see who's got the hot hand and then ride it. They're a dangerous team. And also that would be a fun coaching matchup from one game just because, Spoelstra's probably the best coach in the NBA and Nurse is creative.
And it would definitely be 89-89 going into overtime. And the fact that we're even talking about the Heat as the play-in in early March and resigned to it. Again, I posted a story at sunsentinel.com. I sort of broke it down. Is remarkable. After the break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, I will go to the chat board. I know Alexis has been waiting and Richard's there. I want to talk about some Heat roster decisions, rotation decisions. We spoke briefly about Kyle Lowry. I want to talk about Kevin Love when he comes back. Does he start? Omer Yurtseven is now available to the Heat. Does that impact things? And we will go over the Heat's upcoming schedule, where, as we just said, every game is huge here on out. We will get to all of that. Hit us up on the chat board. We'll be back after these breaks on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back in our final segment of our weekly RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show, usually Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. Whereas Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk likes to say 6 a.m. Pacific, but at least you get
coffee
your day
time,
off.
baby.
So you get your day off to a good start. By that 7th or 8th cup of coffee, you're up and running. So I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. If you missed either of our first 2 segments, you can go to any podcast outlet, search for The Big O Show. Once you find it and listen, smash that like button. You can join us on our YouTube chat board, which I'm actually going to go to now. Apologize for not getting to this sooner. A lot to talk about. Alexis talked about a couple of things here about the Heat's playoff situation, how they can't catch the Nets. Number 6 seed also seems out of reach for the Heat. And the Heat aren't going 12 and 4, as I mentioned, which they probably will need to finish to get out of the play-in. So, Kurt, do you have the faith in the Nets that they could pull off a winning record the rest of the season? Or do you think maybe some of this is sort of the new player bump and just glad to be there, and that they will sort of careen after losing both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant this season?
I don't think they'll careen, but rather than being 9 and 8, they had 17 left, 9 and 8, I could see 8 and 9 or 7 and 10. Like I don't think they're going to fall off a cliff. There's just too many solid players there, and they're well coached by Jacques Vaughn, but they lack that. Obviously now they just traded them away. They lack that elite talent, right? They lack the guy you can just throw the ball to and go get a bucket. And Miami has that. Other teams have that. It'll hurt them at points, but in the regular season, I still don't think they're just too good to fall off a cliff. They're deep enough.
And Richard chimes in here and he says the Heat don't have a championship roster, and if they make the playoffs, they'll be out in the first series. Time to blow this thing up and change direction. Well, you're not blowing up right now because you're past the trade deadline. You're past the buyout deadline. You have before the draft to deal with that. The Heat do have their first round pick. But I want to clarify something here because I think it is important to talk about, Kurt, and it's this. If you lose in the play-in, you get seeded for the lottery. Now, you get seeded at the bottom of the lottery, and it also looks like the teams that don't make it from the East will have better records than the teams that don't make it from the West. The East has been trending better this season. So you're talking about probably getting the 13 or 14 seed in the lottery and a 1% chance at the number 1 overall pick. But Kurt Heelan, I want to ask you this possibility here. Is a 1% chance at Victor Wembanyama enough, a 1 in 100 chance, to change the trajectory of your franchise for the next decade or so? Is that something that you might consider a little bit alluring?
I don't think that's a big enough percentage to be very alluring is the problem. Like the 1 in 100, it would be literally winning the lottery. It would be, that's not enough. I think that if the Heat were more where Washington is, it's a very different conversation, and a conversation we would have been having earlier, right? Like at what point do you just pivot and go, you know what? A 12% chance is really worth 11% chance is worth it. I don't think it's but are you with me? I don't think it's for 1. I just don't think it's enough.
I don't, but again, I did stop and pause and thought of this. If someone would have told me my chance of winning the lottery, the Florida lottery is at $11 million on Wednesday, and I had a 1 in 100 chance, I think those odds would be pretty good. And I think Wembanyama is the kind of guy that you might take that chance for. Again, with the Heat, it'll happen organically. They're not going to be in the play-in. So they probably will have to lose 2 games a week of April 9th after their finale that day to get into the lottery. So I think it's the longest of long shots. I can just imagine how it would change everything down here. I mean, I think every non-Miami beat writer would love the Heat to be contenders again, to get additional playoff time in the finals down here. So obviously people will be looking at that versus another 2 weeks in Milwaukee. So I can get all that. And how it
I don't think sometimes fans realize what writers root for is places we want to go to.
Location. Yeah.
I am desperately rooting for the New Orleans Miami Kurt gains 20 pounds finals one year.
Well, and you know what? And I got all the proper food trucks to show you and take you around town there. So you'd be taken care of. We've always joked that the Heat, when they made the finals in that 4-year run, God bless Dallas, but maybe not in the utter top of the list.
Those were such
Oklahoma City the second year when the Heat won their first title, and then a pair of San Antonios. And I got to tell you, folks, that Riverwalk is like 3 feet deep. You ain't drowning in that. You have to go out of your way right there. And it's as touristy as they can get, including you will sit at one restaurant and all of a sudden notice they're bringing the food out of the kitchen of another restaurant, and you realize that the same guy owns all the restaurants there up and down the Riverwalk. So, hey, nice place to take the family maybe for a day or so. Don't know if a week in San Antonio is what you're looking for. But now it looks like there's a chance possibly for LA with the Clippers. Certainly the Warriors' years were very fair and very fun to the NBA. Direction. Again, it just is to sort of sum up what we're talking about in our first two segments is the Heat are sort of in a predicament of their own making right now. And I think they're going to have to align themselves with the play in reality, but they also are going to have to align themselves for who they are and what they are. Kurt, 2 weeks ago, we started this discussion. The Heat got Kevin Love in the buyout market, and he was intriguing. And he's had his moment with the Miami Heat. And then he's out for Monday's game against the Hawks, and the Heat moved Max Strus in the starting lineup, a three-point shooter. They have their best three-point shooting night of the season. They get a more active and more involved Caleb Martin off the bench. Kevin Love might return tonight. You know he's going to want to return from that rib injury if he can to play against the Cavaliers, the team that brought him out, the team where he won a championship. Is Kevin Love locked into the Heat starting lineup, or do you think the Heat still can use this month to experiment?
He shouldn't be. I think that you saw over the last couple of games what, whether you start Strus or go back to Caleb Martin, I just think you get more out of it. I think that I was surprised to see Love start that quickly. Even with what he brings in terms of look, he's still a great rebounder and then a dangerous offensive rebounder. We saw his outlet passing, how much that can really help pick up the pace of your thing. But to me, it's just not as consistent play in and play out. They're also, by the way, I've got a question for you. Are they are they going to continue to stagger Jimmy and Bam?
They're going to stagger, but they've learned their lesson. They've got to have one on the court at all times. And that tells you about roster flaws when you have to play that way with a 33-year-old player and keep him on the court like that. There is something that goes on every night here at Miami-Dade Arena, a little bit less people watching on TV on the road. When is Jimmy coming back in the fourth quarter? He sits at the top of the fourth. Spoelstra prefers 7 or under to bring him back. It gets very tenuous. You can hear the hush in the crowd. Everyone is watching Jimmy on the bench, waiting for him to walk to the scorer's table to see if he's going to get in. So that's become an issue because if you're that reliant on two players, it tells you really who the other players are. And this notion of a Heat Big Three with Tyler Hero is they're simply not there yet. I do want to get back to Kevin Love from this perspective. And Kurt, you know how the NBA works. When a player hits the buyout market, they look for a few things. Sometimes it's money, but rarely. Usually they're high-paid players who are already getting their guaranteed money on their contract. Then it comes down to playoff race and having a chance to be in the playoff race and contend for a title. Anyone who went to the Miami Heat on February 20th thinking they were in prime position in the playoff race either overestimated their talents or the Miami Heat and where they're headed. Because I don't think even with that much time left in the season on February 20th, anyone saw in the East with Boston, with Milwaukee, with Philadelphia, with Cleveland as the Heat is a championship contender. So I don't think that's the prime reason Kevin Love came here. I do think the prime reason he came here is a guarantee of playing time. Maybe not a starting berth, but of playing time. My problem with the Heat, if you do not start Kevin Love, there is only one place left for him in the rotation, and that's at backup center. Because you're going to bring Caleb Martin off the bench probably anyway as your backup 4. Kevin is not that athletic that when teams go small that he can play for. So he's going to be replacing Cody Zeller, maybe Omar Yurtseven. And the one thing teams do when they get a player in a buyout market and they talk to his agent and they say, look, we think we can cast 14, 16, 18, 20 minutes for Kevin Love. You're not getting 20 minutes as a backup to Bam Adebayo because you're not limiting Bam Adebayo to 28 minutes a game. Teams have to be careful in this situation for this reason. If you develop a reputation of getting players on the buyout market by making promises of playing time and not delivering on those promises, come the next cycle of buyout time, it's going to be harder to get those players. Kurt, don't we see that all the time? That when it either comes to free agency or a player demanding a trade to get a role, or especially the buyout market, teams do come in and say, okay, we can offer X, Y, and Z.
Agents talk. Players talk, they all communicate, hey, this team promised us X and gave us Y. This is a good teams have reputations as player friendly, good for players, bad for players, or less good for players. That all factors in. It actually, especially on the buyout market, because like you said, if you're Kevin Love, you had options. You could have gone a bunch of places and made your choice.
Philadelphia was very eager, and it said they wound up going with Dwayne Dedmon and making some other moves, so you knew that they wanted to augment their power rotation.
Right. So yeah, you run the risk of you've got to get Kevin Love minutes at least for a while to say you gave him. You've got to be able to say we gave him a legitimate chance. It just wasn't a fit, and I don't think, even in Love's case, he's expecting necessarily big playoff minutes.
Okay.
But for the remainder of the regular season, you've got to think.
To showcase
playoffs
himself.
just become matchup dependent. Yeah.
And to
he's got another contract.
He wants to stay in this league. Maybe he won't get the big money contract. Maybe he can approach mid-level money or something like that, so you have that. In our second segment, actually the end of the first, we spoke about Kyle Lowry returning, possibly as soon as this weekend. He's been out since February 2nd, last played in that game in New York against the Knicks. We both think likely that he comes back in the starting lineup unless the Heat can massage the situation. So again, you talk about rotation. Victor Oladipo rose from the dead on Monday, had a game where he had an alley-oop dunk, looked very good after looking very bad in the previous games. Who becomes the Heat's backup point guard if Kyle Lowry starts? Do you reward Gabe Vincent for the time that he gave the Heat as a starter? Or do you say, hey, Vic is a more explosive player, we go with that? So again, there's the nuance. Kyle comes back. How does it change the rotation? If I were to tell you Kyle Lowry starting, who is my first point off the bench in your view, Kurt Heelan?
In a playoff series, I probably am leaning Victor just because I think the upside is higher. It's not, as we've discussed here, we know exactly what Gabe Vincent is. Gabe is a great 82-game-a-year player. He is solid off as a point guard. And if he has to play playoff minutes, he will be solid there. But like you said, what we saw Monday, just Victor's capable. And what he was last playoffs, Victor's capable of impacting both ends of the floor at a higher level.
You know, and I'm going to disagree with you from this perspective, not disagreeing with what you're saying in your premise, but this. If you're relying on Victor Oladipo to be an explosive scorer in the playoffs, you're probably in trouble because you're relying on Bam. You're relying on Tyler. You're relying on Jimmy. I think what you need in your rotation beyond your stars in the playoffs when there are no back-to-backs is steadiness. So, yes, if you're talking about upside, Gabe Vincent does not have as much of an upside as Victor Oladipo. But Kurt Heelan, he doesn't have as much of a downside. That it's more likely Vic is going to take the wrong shots, make the wrong pass. You know, he's the kind of guy, he puts his head down and he goes to the rim. And when he gets past someone, then he's like, what do I do now? Well, sometimes it's a dramatic finish, and sometimes you see the look of a guy is like, how did I get here? What happens now? I think that's something out of control to a degree you have to be very careful of in a playoff race. So I am curious about that. The third component I wanted to address is Omar Yurtseven is available for a season debut. He last played in the preseason. He underwent November ankle surgery. He's back off a 2-game successful stint in the G League with the Sioux Falls Skyforce. He was on the active roster on Monday against the Hawks, but the Heat played Cody Zeller instead. The Heat are known as a team that prefers to go with veterans, that relies on proven guys. Cody doesn't have a great playoff resume. He's only made the playoffs twice. Both times with Charlotte, both losing to the Heat in the first round. So I can't sell you on, he has that playoff experience that Omar doesn't. When you look at how this trends the last month of the season and going into the playoffs, do you think there still is time or a chance for Omar Yurtseven to move into that backup center role?
I think he's going to. I think he should get a chance, right? Like he should get at least looked at a few times. By the way, the next 2 games are a rough one. If you're going to do that, the biggest front line in the NBA with an active young Mobley and Jared Allen up front. Yeah. That's a tough welcome back to the NBA moment for a big. But I think over the next 17 games, you've got to get him a look because, as we saw last year, I just think his upside again is so much higher than Zeller. And you're not really going to want to play Zeller a lot of minutes in the playoffs. You got to at least take a look. Maybe he's not ready. Maybe he can't be that guy right now. But don't you think you've got to find him a spot to at least get some minutes and take a look?
Do I think that? Yes. Do I think it'll happen? No. I know who the Heat are. Eric Spoelstra likes his veterans. He likes his proven quantities. Again, it's very interesting. It's sort of like what we both just said about Gabe Vincent and Victor Oladipo. I think Omar Yurtseven has a much higher upside. But I also think because of his lack of experience, he also can make mistakes and take you out. I think Cody Zeller is right in the middle. He is what he is. He's never going to have a great game, but I don't think he'll ever have an awful game. He's never going to have that blow you out of your seat moment, but I also think he's never going to have that, oh my God, turnover. And I think, again, when we're talking playoff rotation, it's going to come down to Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. So I think everyone else, you just want them flatlined. You want them just don't do something great. We don't need it. Just please don't do something awful. I think Omar Yurtseven just sort of got screwed, and I'll be curious to see what happens in the offseason on the free agent market. Is it based on 7 weeks filling in for Bam Adebayo a year ago, or does he have to prove his worth with someone? Sometimes it's just right player in the wrong situation. So I think that's going to be curious how it plays out. Last guy in the rotation I want to talk about, I know we're coming up against the break and getting back to the Big O show. Duncan Robinson finally hit 3-pointers the other day. Yeah. Finally got a chance to look good in that rotation. Do you think there's a chance he moves ahead of Max Strus in the playoff rotation?
Well, I don't know if he moves ahead of Max. I mean, unless Max continued to really struggle with his 3. But like you said, Max was hitting his. If he hits his, I would rather have his size in the lineup. I trust him a little more on the other end than I do Duncan. But if Max is back to missing, I'll take whoever's shooting.
Yes, and I think that's going to happen. I think the hot hand will rule. I think Eric Spoelstra in the first half of games try to get both in the game and ride the hot hand in the second. You know, he'll say it's about more than makes and misses, and you got to be more complete. This team needs 3-pointers. This team is finally coming around on the 3-pointers. So I think when you go in that direction, you have to rely on the guys who's making the shot at the moment. Right up against the break, let's do win or lose right now. Tonight, Miami Heat hosting the Cleveland Cavaliers. Winner, Kurt Heelan.
Winner, and Jimmy Butler goes off for 45 just to frustrate you.
Just to prove that he can go to LA to pout ceremony, come back. Friday night, Miami Heat host Cleveland Cavaliers.
You're going to get a split. So
yes,
I think you're splitting those 2 games.
And the Heat can't afford a split at this point in the season. That happens. Second night of a back-to-back in Orlando, Saturday night.
I don't like I'll take Orlando. They're playing actually sneaky well right now. And second night of a back-to-back, especially if they rest anybody, that's a tough one.
Kurt the hater Heelan right there. And Monday night coming home against the Utah Jazz.
They are falling apart. They are coming apart at the seams.
By choice.
Utah's bad.
Yeah, by choice. I think the Heat get that. But again, 2-2 in the next 4 is not good enough if you want to get to number 6. I think they're sort of resigned to where they stand. We'll see how that plays out when we join you again next Wednesday at 9 a.m. on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. He's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. Back up next, Big O Orlando Alzagari as the Big O show rolls on.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. The redrecover.com Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com. For over
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, wait a minute. There we go. There we go. I was wondering where I was. Where am I? Can I be found? I'm searching. Anyway, welcome back. Boys are done with the hour. We are loaded today, by the way. We did the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Don't forget, right now, 30% still for the human wraps and the doggy wraps. The doggy wraps are going to stay at 30%, but the human wraps are about to come off the 30%. So go to redrecover.com. Make sure you get your wrap at 30% off right now. So if you need it, redrecover.com, that red light therapy, it works, man. It works, baby. We got Cam Wolfe will be joining us at 10:30. We got Matt Verderame. We're going to step into the Red Recover huddle at 11 o'clock. At noon, Omar Kelly will join us. So we'll have some fun with Omar. So we got a loaded show. We got some things to talk about. I see some guy, G. Reed, says, Big O, does he ever discuss the Marlins? So I sent him a text. What is there to discuss? Except complain. He goes, season projections, spring ball, etc. All right, let's see, G. Reed. Season projection, no playoffs again. They can't score runs. They don't have enough offense. So Sandy and Jazz will be about the only things to watch. What else is there to say about the Marlins? What else is there? Really, seriously. What else is there to say about the Marlins? You got to do something to earn the talk. You know, I watch them, but they suck. They don't have enough offense. There's going to be nothing to talk about. Every 5 days we'll be wowed by Sandy. Occasionally we'll say, hey, did you see that thing that Jazz did? And that's it. There's nothing else to talk about. Skip Schumacher isn't making a difference. I love that when they hired her. It's like, all right, I like this manager. Yeah, well, the manager still needs talent. You didn't give him any talent. Like I said, what's there to talk about the Marlins except complain? They're 1-9 after yesterday's loss. 1-9. Okay. 1-9. Skip Schumacher ain't going to make a difference. They don't have enough offense. All right. They can hit, last time I checked, G. Reed, the manager can't hit, can't pitch, can't defend. So they're off today, off tomorrow. They take on Washington on Friday. What else is there to talk about? You know, the Marlins made me lose my interest in baseball. Yeah, They contribute to having no interest in baseball because they do nothing interesting in baseball. So yeah. So there you go. That's your Marlins talk. We got it out of the way now, right? Okay, now let's get to doing some real sports talk for the next couple of hours here on the program. Anyway, congratulations to the Panthers last night. They got it done against the Golden Knights. They won 2 in a row, which is awesome. Bob had 31 saves. They got Chicago on Friday. We got the Heat and the Cavs tonight. We'll see how they limp in. And it's a very interesting story that Jimmy Butler would be at Paul Gasol's jersey retirement yesterday in Los Angeles. So you flew from here to Los Angeles to then come back to play tonight against Cleveland. Wow. Okay. I hope you slept in the plane that way and on the way back, and I hope you were able to sleep really, really well. Hope you had a first-class seat that you were able to, like, extend it all the way, like flatbed, pretty much. I hope you were able to do that. Not necessarily the smartest thing to do in season, travel from Miami to, so you're that good of friends that you played in Chicago, that you bonded that well. I got to tell you, bro, maybe you could just send a video or send a nice card and a bottle of whatever. But to travel all the way over there and your body's that beat up, not a good thing. I hope Jimmy can have a good night tonight. Cavs are favored by 2.5. You almost kind of like that bet now because of what Jimmy did last night, flying to Los Angeles and coming back. That is some crazy ass shit, dude. Okay? That's crazy. That makes no sense whatsoever, but I'm telling you, this is a different Heat organization. They have let the foot off the pedal. It's the only way I can tell you. It's much more like a summer camp than it is a what's it called? A breaking training or something. It's more like summer camp than boot camp. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I kind of like Heat boot camp instead than Heat summer camp. Heat summer camp isn't really working out too well for Miami. Oh, what player would you like us to sign? Yeah, you're all right. We'll give you a contract. Oh, you need foot surgery? We'll give you a contract. You're a lazy ass? Yeah, we'll give you $100 million. It's a different team, brother. Different team. So, what can I tell you? But tonight, 7:30, Cavs and Heat. We'll see what happens. I'll be watching for sure. Frankie Fresco. We got AEW tonight. Okay. Orange Cassidy versus Jay Lethal. Orange Cassidy versus Jay Lethal. Okay. Let me tell you something. The other day I was on social media and there's this there's this one Twitter handle that I follow that has like a lot of throwback stuff. And they showed us an Orange Julius. And there was an Orange Julius in all the malls down in South Florida back in the day. I'm sure there were Orange Juliuses somewhere around the country where you lived and all that. Remember the Orange Julius? I mean, you think about it. Orange is something that's been around for a while in our lives, There's the Orange Bowl, right? Spent many days in the Orange Bowl. Think about that, right? And so, we think about Orange and it's like a pleasant thing. Jay Lethal, sounds nasty, sounds intimidating, no doubt about it. But I tell you, an Orange Julius is even more intimidating. Okay. And if Orange Cassidy has a little bit of a Orange Julius before he steps into the ring tonight, then I think he's going to take care of Jay Lethal, you know? So there we go. And Cassidy, of course, we had a Cassidy in the Partridge Family. So we'll go with Orange Cassidy over Jay Lethal. Okay. And, I used to like Lethal Weapon a lot. But then Mel Gibson kind of showed his cards of being an anti-Semite. So I don't watch. I kind of ban all Mel Gibson movies now. Can't watch an anti-Semite anymore. One of those things. So I am barring Lethal because of the anti-Semite. So I'm going Orange Julius against Orange Julius Cassidy over Jay Lethal. What do you got for me here, Sean? Wow, I got a thumbs up for Orange Cassidy. See? Everybody likes Orange Julius. Yes?
It's not a thumbs up. It's the Orange Cassidy thumb. This is his little thing.
Oh.
He just sits there and he has his thumb kind of raised up a little bit.
Oh, so it's a thumb just barely over the index finger?
He's just a cool, mellow dude. He just goes with the flow. He wrestles with his hands in his pockets.
There you go. An Orange Julius is something you just mellow out and have, bro. That's it. So there you go. And it's not lethal, the Orange Julius. Maybe the farts it produces will be lethal, but outside of that, it's not going to be that lethal. So we're going with Orange Cassidy over Jay Lethal, and you now know why. Okay? Orange Bowl, Orange Julius, we're in. That's it. That's all you need. That's the breakdown. And yes, Frankie, thank you for the love on the Super Chat double. And I'll see you at Greta Van Fleet tonight. Can't wait, bro. Get a little Greta Van Fleet tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody take advantage of the dip? The dip. Anyway. Be careful. Orange Julius is owned by the company who made your hot dog disaster, Dairy Queen. Really? I didn't know that. TD Clown Talk. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Let's see. What else do I have here on the show? Big O, been a minute checking in, been working a lot. There were teammates in Chicago. Maybe they were good friends. Yeah. No, I get it. It's just, you're playing the next day, bro. The priority has to be the team. And, I'm sorry. I don't feel like the priority is the team. You know what I mean? I almost feel like, Jimmy's just doing whatever the hell he wants to do. And this franchise is kind of, lost its way a little bit here. They need to get back on track. I've been saying it for a while. Let's see. Still going to open day with my old man. Never been to an opening day before. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that. So it's always good to go to opening day, go to a baseball, go to a baseball game throughout the year. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, I'm not when Loria was here, I was openly telling you, you're stupid for going to see Loria. Okay, because that's an evil person, not trying to win, just trying to take your money. I don't blame Bruce. Bruce doesn't have enough money. It is what it is. He's not really an evil person. It's just, he just doesn't have enough money. And so I wouldn't tell you not to support these guys. Support them. Go root the kids out. But let's be honest now. They're not good enough. All right. And that's just the bottom line. So until they're able to draft, develop several, bats to go along with the arms they have, they're not going to. They need a 2003 Marlins season or what the Royals did, which are the only two teams in our lifetime that were able to do that during this, big money era of baseball, that you brought up enough minor leaguers that, you hit lightning in a bottle with a whole bunch of them, and you have a good enough team to actually make some noise. That's about the only way you're going to do it. And right now, they don't have enough of those bats in the lineup. You know what I mean? They may have enough pitching, but they don't have enough hitting, unfortunately. And that's just the bottom line. But again, I don't blame Bruce Sherman. He's doing the best he can do. He doesn't have the deep resources. And he doesn't even have the deep resources to create the resources. And that's really the Marlins' problem. Like, if you had the money, right? You had money. Like, I'm talking about money, like Stephen Ross money, that you can invest a couple $100 million and you don't care about waiting for the return down the line. You're willing, kind of like some of us that are in the Bitcoin and all that. Those of us that are thinking about making money in the next month or 6 months, we're crazy. You're talking about, 24, 25 down the line. The back end of 23, we should start seeing some results. Those of us that have been investing the last 14, 15 months, we're going to have like another maybe 7, 8, 9 months of hell still. And then after like 20 months, of hanging in there, we should start to see something, right? We have to invest and give it time, and then we'll see our returns. Well, that's what you need with the Marlins. You need somebody that can invest in salaries and then start to produce the winning, which then creates the culture, and then people start to flock. But it's going to take a while because they have to trust you first. And then they have to really believe that you're actually a real good team. And then they have to believe that you're bringing them back the next year and you're committed. And then people will start to commit. You know what I mean? That's kind of the thing. If you're not the Dolphins or the Heat, right, or the Canes, these are all teams that are already established inside the culture of South Florida sports. The Panthers, the Marlins, and Inter Miami have not done that yet because none of them have been able to produce winning on a consistent basis and prove that they can get to the playoffs. You don't have to win a championship, but you have to prove you're committed to winning. And if the Panthers miss the playoffs this year, it's devastating for them because everything they did last year, they have gone about destroying it this year. And then they destroy it with the fan base because they have their hardcore people that are going to show up, right? Just like the Marlins have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people that are going to show up every game. But if you really want to get everybody else, you've got to win them over. The Heat already won them over. This might be a down year for the Heat. They make the playoffs, going to get an early exit. That's a down year for the Heat. Think about that. That's a down year. The Dolphins already have the following. They're just dying for a winner. They're waiting for it. The Canes have it too. They just haven't won in a long time. They're just dying for the winner, but they're there. They're waiting. They're in the wings. Marlins and Panthers and Inter Miami don't have that. So they have to go out and prove to people that they're committed to winning. Out of the three, right, there's no doubt that the Panthers and Inter Miami are committed to winning. The Marlins have never proved. It's not that this ownership hasn't proven it. It's just they don't have the money to prove it, unfortunately. So that part is not their fault. They really should not have been allowed to buy the team is really the issue. But that was a Loria thing. It's a Loria thing that he screwed us on the way out. The way Jimmy screwed us with Wanstead, the way that Leonard Hamilton screwed us with, what was the guy's name? I forgot now the guy's name. But, that's happened to us that, that we've been screwed by Frank Haith. That we've been screwed by, somebody that no, it wasn't Frank Haith. It was the other guy. It was the guy before Frank Haith that was a really lazy. He flew on a different plane than the team did. God, what was his name? was it Perry or something? What was the name of the guy that took that Leonard? It was Leonard Hamilton's friend. It wasn't. I'm sorry, Frank. You're a good dude. God, what was his name? I forgot now. Oh man, Perry Clark. That's it. I did get half of it. Perry Clark. That's it. That clown. You know, I don't know what's worse, Jimmy leaving us Wanstead or Leonard leaving us Perry Clark. Yeah. Yeah, those were pretty bad. Pretty bad. But that's until they kind of prove it, you're not going to get people to get on board, unfortunately. And that's the problem with the Marlins. That's the problem with Inter Miami. That'll be the problem with the Panthers. Now, Inter and the Panthers are in the process of doing it. And by the way, with Messi coming, because I'm almost like at 100%. I'm at 90% that he's coming because it just smells like it. He has no contract anywhere. Which, how does the best player in the world not already have a deal for next season? You know what I mean? I just get the feeling he's coming here. So I know Inter is on the brink, and the Moss brothers are maniacs. They're going to want to win. You're not going to stop them from winning. They might have made their mistakes early on and all that shit, but they'll figure this thing out, and they already have. And Chris Henderson's a badass, and Neville's doing a really good job. So they're on their way. And the Panthers, their ownership is overly committed to winning. Okay, they've made some mistakes. The Bobrovsky thing has kind of hurt them and all that, and we'll see. But they're trying at least. They're working hard at it. But the Marlins have so much to go, man. So much to go. So, yeah, kind of sucks. Frankie says, Big O, what do you prefer if you had to choose one, a championship for 1 year and then bad play for the next 15 years, or a team that competes consistently but never wins? No, I want the championship. I've gone through like the last 40 years of the Dolphins not winning a title. And yeah, we had the Marino years and, and then we had the Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas years and a Lamar Smith year and 2 Ricky years and the Wildcat year and all that. None of that shit means anything because it doesn't have a title to it. So no, I'd rather have a title and suck for 15. Dude, they haven't done anything for 40. So yeah, give me the title. And it like the Rams. You see what the Rams did? I have no problem with the Rams. What they're going through cap hell now, and they've got to get rid of people and all kinds of shit because they went the other way. They went the free agent route, and now everything's catching up to you. The Pied Piper is catching up to you. You've got to pay all these salaries and all these signing bonuses that you've given up over the years. And now it's all coming to, but it's fine. You got your championship. I don't care. I don't care if you have to suck for a few years after you got a title. You got a title. Give me a title, dude. So, yes. I don't care about winning consistently. I care about winning a title. Hell yeah, dude. Please give me a title. When you don't have the money, you need to develop your players like the Rays do. We can't develop hitters at all. Carlos, what do the Rays win? I don't give a shit about the Rays, dude. I'm so tired of people talking about the Rays. Like, what do they win? It goes back to that question just Frankie asked me. I don't give a shit that you actually make the playoffs every once in a while. I don't care that you're competitive. What do you win? I'm sorry, when you walk into Tropicana or whatever the hell that crap hole is called, just hang in there and say championship. Tampa's not good enough. I'm sorry. Tampa and Oakland, they don't mean shit to me, dude. Trying to be decent means nothing to me. If you're not trying to win a title, it means nothing to me. I love how people talk about the Rays. Who cares about a bunch of overachievers? That's what they are. Who gives a shit, dude? about an overachiever. The Tampa Rays can kiss my ass, dude. They have no titles. I'd rather be the Marlins. You got 2 titles. What does Tampa have? What does your winning do for you? What does it mean that you get into the playoffs every once in a while? It means nothing. You take a bunch of Viagra and you can't finish the job. You went to the club. You struck up a conversation with her. You made her even smile and laugh a little bit. But that's where it ended. She said goodnight after that. I don't need to get teased, dude. I need to get laid. You losers that talk about the Rays, that's a tease. Who gives a shit about a tease? I hate when they use the Rays as an example. What's an example of coming up short all the time? That's an example? Nah. I'll go with the team that actually finishes the job. I don't care about a tease. Oh, the Oakland A's, they do a great job. Of what? What do they win? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Are we back to the 70s? I'm sorry, are we back to Reggie Jackson and company? The Rays. What kind of an example is that? I don't want to be the Rays. I don't want to be a tease. I don't want to come up in second place all the time. That's striving for, coming up short. Rays. Give me a break. Inflating balloons only to let out all the air. Yep. That's how I feel about the Bills. Well, that's what the Bills are. A lot of hot air and no substance inside because they don't win. So, yeah, you talk a lot about the Bills, and yet they don't finish the job. So, yeah, you're right. Oh, do you think the Panthers will make the playoffs? No, I don't. I don't think they'll make the playoffs. Let's see what else. I came here for Viagra references. That's it. Well, it's what it is. Clearly, the Rays need a lot of Viagra so they can finish the job because they just get teased. They keep looking down at their pants, going, "It's not working. I need some Blue Chew." If Messi comes, his first game has to be at Hard Rock. No, the first game will be at Drive Pink Stadium, my brother. That's probably where it's going to be. I don't think they'll do the Hard Rock thing. I think they'll do it there at their stadium. What I think they will do, and this is my prediction, they're going to add bleachers to the corners. They're going to add bleachers to the corners. If they're smart, which they are, they probably have already investigated it and found out, okay, if we're getting him, we need to, because that's, probably 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 seats that you can add in the corners. And you can make a lot of money with those, 5,000, 6,000 seats. And get ready for the price of Inter Miami tickets in the second half of the season. They're going to go up if you want to go to any single games. I've said it, man, for the hell of it. Get a pair of season tickets just for the hell of it. If you can afford it, you'll probably make your money back easily in the second half by selling the Messi games. Because that is, or you want to go. One of the two. You know what I'm saying? But I get the feeling that it's happening, man. I never thought it was going to happen, folks. Never thought this was going to happen. So if he gets here, I am completely wrong. Just because I've been telling you now that it's going to happen doesn't mean I'm right, okay? I'm just saying, because, they've been talking about this for a couple years, and for me, I've always thought it was a load of crap. But the way it's worked out now, he doesn't have a deal. They have the 10 open and the 5 for the other guy, and he doesn't have a contract, and he's into his season now that ends in the summer. And he's risking injury, everything. He doesn't have a contract. And even the Arab team offered him a couple $100 million, and yet he didn't take that. I just get the feeling he's coming here. The league's going to give him a team. By the way, okay, no, where's Cam at? So I think the league will give him a team and all that, so I don't know, man. I think it's going to happen. Let's see. Justice Department confirms it has launched a review. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. That's a terrible, terrible thing. What else do we have going on? Oh, what's the latest and greatest with the stadium being built by the airport? You talk about the Miami Freedom Park. I think they're pretty close to starting to build in it, but yeah, it's a couple of years away. My brother. Big O, what's your thoughts on Daniel Jones' contract? I think he's a mediocre QB. Yeah, but they were in a rock and a hard place. Clearly, the coach felt he could work with the guy. I'm not a Daniel Jones guy. And then they wanted to lock in Saquon too. So what they did was they kind of gave him the contract to then be able to lock in Saquon and kind of keep the base of their team. Again, I'm not a Daniel Jones guy, but I guess Brian Daboll feels like, he's going to get better. Or we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I think it's a crappy contract, and the Giants will end up paying the price for it. And let me tell you something. I would not give Saquon Barkley a long-term contract either because he's had all the injuries. So we'll see. But apparently that they're working on a long-term contract anyways with him. So the tag was just to kind of keep him there. In fact, the contract that the Giants put on the table for Saquon, apparently the average per year was higher than even the franchise tag. So he's clearly pissed right now that he can't negotiate out in the open market. But now he's going to have to negotiate with the Giants and come to some kind of agreement or risk injury and play on that tag. So we'll see. Like, how many running backs got tagged? Tony Pollard got tagged. Josh Jacobs got tagged. So several running backs got tagged, and it's like 10 million the tag. It's not the end of the world number, and that's why they're using that franchise tag, because it's not a big, it's not a big, enormous number. So, Big O, who is your free agent? I got two of them, Poyer and Wagner. Those are the two guys I would get. Wagner, you don't have to give him a long-term contract, so it's a more, Chris Greer loves his 2-year deals. Bobby Wagner fits exactly in that 2-year contract mold. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Wagner, let's say, just for an example, if he signs with the Dolphins, he gets a 3-year contract, but it's really a 2-year contract because they kind of play with the money for the 3rd year. Kind of like what he does when he does 2-year contracts, that he kind of plays with the deal that way. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby gets a 3-year contract that's really a 2-year contract, but that 3rd year kind of flexibility for, the signing bonus and all that stuff from early on. So Poyer would be the guy and Bobby would be the guy. All right, let's get to talking a little football. Let's unleash the Wolf Pack.
We unleash the Wolf Pack. As we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
All right, there he is, trying to flex some muscles. How you doing, my brother? You doing good?
I'm good, man. How are you? Back from a couple days up north and happy to be back in the warmth. So,
and you're happy not to have to wake up at 3 a.m. to do the damn show.
That too. I love doing the show. It was a blast.
I'm
but
sure
it
it
definitely does take some getting used to waking up that early. The good news is
when I used to do that shift, I had to get a nap in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Or if not, I was useless.
You're exhausted, right? And so there's two things there. You have to get used to getting up, but you're also done at 10 o'clock, which feels very weird. But at the same time, like you said, I got tired super early in the day. So I didn't get to take advantage of like, oh, let's do stuff in the night, or I fell asleep like halfway through 7 o'clock games because, you're just tired. So it's a balance. I'm sure if I did it full time, you get used to it. But going from my schedule when I probably wake up regularly like 7:30, go to sleep like 10:30, 11, to pushing that up 3 hours each way, that's definitely different.
I did it for a while, and I always had to get a little nap in between the day, or if not, I wouldn't be able to last the whole day into the night. And I'm the guy that wants to watch the games.
Yep.
So, because a lot of people that do those morning shows, they normally go to sleep really early, actually. Yep. And they don't really watch the games. They just kind of wake up in the morning, watch the highlights, read the about it and all that, and then they kind of formulate their opinion from that, but they didn't really watch the games. I'm the nutbag that really wants to watch the games.
Right. And that would hurt me too. Like I would want to watch the Sunday night game. I would want to watch the Monday night game. Those games aren't ending until 11:30, 12. You got to be up in three and a half hours. So
right. And doing what I do, I got to watch, I watch the Panthers game, and I watch the Dolphins game. I watch the Marlins game. I watch the Heat game. I watch the Inter Miami game. You know what I mean? Yep. So I gotta watch the game. So yeah, it's a brutal time. When I started doing this, I was like, yeah, I'm not going early. 10 is good. It's right in the middle of the day. It allows me to sleep in still to a decent time. And then, I'm done early too, but I still have time and I still have energy for the rest of the day,
Yes.
All right, let's, we've gotten to a point now. We used to make fun of Oliver Stone, and I don't know who I don't know if you know who that is. A film director, really famous one.
Yeah.
And he's made some movies in the past, and he was always kind of the conspiracy theory guy.
Okay.
And we used to make fun of Oliver Stone. In fact, we would call people Oliver Stone back in the day. And that was a reference like, come on, dude, it's not a conspiracy theory. So I know that in today's world, everything is a conspiracy theory. If you don't believe it, it's a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry about the Lamar Jackson thing. This isn't a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
If people don't sign him, it's because he's a running quarterback that's been injured the last 2 years. He wants a fully guaranteed contract with 2 first-round picks that you got to pay. That's a lot of compensation for anybody out there. So it's very understandable that most will not want to do this. But there is nothing to do with conspiracy theory, and they're all getting together to not sign him. Bullshit. This is a league that will sign a triple murderer if they can help you win a championship. And you saw what happened with Deshaun Watson. They signed him, and he had a crap ton of baggage in Cleveland. The problem is stupid teams do stupid things when they're desperate. And the Browns were desperate, just like the Raiders were dumb in giving John Gruden a ridiculous contract that then ruined the market for coaches and everybody else in the league, because here comes Matt Rule getting a same contract type of treatment when he didn't deserve it. He didn't even win a Super Bowl in this league. At least John Gruden won a Super Bowl. At least he had success with the Raiders and all that. So there was some track record to why you would want to give him that. To me, in this league, bro, they would sign anybody and everybody that they can if they will help you win. If they're not signing Lamar, it's because there are the legitimate concerns that I just talked about. So where are you going? Legitimate concerns, or are you going conspiracy theory too?
I'm not going conspiracy theory, but I will say it is notable that a lot of people are out as quickly as they are. Because you look at quarterbacks who've gotten contracts. Daniel Jones just got $40 million from the Giants. Derek Carr just got $37.5 million.
No compensation. No compensation.
No compensation. So those deals are 2-year guarantees versus 4-year guarantees, correct? But at the same time, we don't know. Like, we've heard some reports, but we don't know for a fact what number Lamar is his breakaway point. Everybody's saying, oh, the Deshaun contract. We don't know that for sure. And do teams know that for sure? To me, a conversation.
So what you're saying is that because Josina Anderson was completely off on the Dolphins report, she's also off on the fact that Deshaun Watson says he wants no less than what Deshaun Watson got.
I'm not saying I don't like to conflict people's report. I just report what I report. And so I could tell you that the Dolphins are keeping Tua back in 2023. And I've reported that for months now, that Tua will be the Dolphins quarterback in 2023. I would be absolutely shocked. You know, I never say never, but I would be shocked. And so people put out their reports and I see them and they talk to people maybe different than I do. And hey, more power to you. But I knew that to be something that I felt comfortable with our reporting with. So the same thing with Lamar. If I'm a team, I could see that report, but at the same time, I want to talk to Lamar. Maybe his number is different from I've seen it before where your number is different for one team than it is for another. Maybe it is right. Maybe he asks for a Deshaun contract there. He does the market search and realizes he might not get it. And he says, okay, well, I'll take $150 million. Guaranteed or whatever. I'm just putting a number in the air. I remember AJ Brown. AJ Brown did a podcast with the Memphis podcast company called Raw Room. Former NFL linebacker Darren Bates, and he was talking about the Tennessee Titans negotiations and how they went and how they didn't go. They went poorly. He said initially he and his team asked for the world, like you do in a lot of negotiations. He said they were asking for over $25 million a year. The Titans, this is his words, not my words. He said the Titans came back with about 15-16 million and neither side moved. And so that was that. They eventually traded him and then Philly ended up signing him for, I think, about 22. And so ultimately AJ came out later and said, I would have taken 22 from the Titans, but they never got there because the Titans were hardlining their number and AJ was hardlining his number. And so nobody ever moved. And so to me, there always seemed to be, and like I said, I've not talked to Lamar. I've talked to people around the situation, but it always seemed to me that even if he asked for, hey, I wanted a Deshaun contract, and the Ravens said, hey, no, we're only willing to give you $120 million guaranteed. There's somewhere in the middle where it's a little less than fully guaranteed, but not quite 120, that you can find that medium. And to me, there just seemed to be a disconnect between Lamar and the Ravens that we never got that. And so if I'm a team and I really like the idea of Lamar, what hurts me having a conversation and figuring out what is that true number? That's the part that bothers me.
But no, you keep missing. You keep leaving out 2 first-round picks.
Correct, but there were 4 or 5 teams.
Daniel Jones situation. We got to stop. We got to stop with the comparisons on the Daniel Jones situation.
Okay. So I'll give you a comparison.
Hold on a second. The Giants were desperate.
Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead.
4 or 5 teams were willing to give Deshaun Watson 3. They were willing to give Cleveland or Houston 3 or 4 first-round picks and give Deshaun a big deal to get a guy who had 20+ sexual harassment / assault cases against him at that point, who hadn't won an MVP like Lamar did, who we saw him on the field this year look pretty bad, and you saw teams lining up to be willing to do that. And so to me, the fact that everybody's immediately saying, without even thinking, I'm out, that to me doesn't line up given what we just saw last offseason. That part is what bothers me. Like I said, I'm not like saying there's a whole conspiracy and 32 owners are getting together and say, we're not giving Lamar anything. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. If they pulled that off, then hey, props to them. I did not see it coming. But I do think it is odd to me that everybody is so completely out. Maybe there's something I'm missing there, but everybody is so completely out.
I think there's a lot of you missing the fact that, okay, he's not really a regular quarterback. You have to now change your entire offense for him because you are now running a running offense now. And then he takes punishment. That's not what Deshaun Watson does. That's not what other quarterbacks do. He has to run in order to be effective. He's been out 10 games the last 2 years. He doesn't really actually have success in the playoffs. Maybe they were even willing to go with the alleged rapist because they actually look at him like a real quarterback, a passer. So they'll take the chance instead of the guy that doesn't have a long shelf life, because nobody has a long shelf life in the history of the NFL playing in that style. Cam Newton is bigger, stronger than this guy, and he couldn't finish out his career playing his style. Why? Because he wasn't a great passer. Right. And that's what hurt Cam. And I think this is the part that I somehow see, some others do, but a lot of people keep missing out with Lamar Jackson, that they are wowed by his legs, but they don't see that his arm might be wickedly strong, but it's not accurate. It's not the part I laugh is, oh, he's going to come to Miami and McDaniels all of a sudden going to change his offense because Lamar can't run McDaniels' offense. But now McDaniels going to change his offense to a running offense. You know what I mean? And Greg Roman left and went to another place. Did he get tired of running a running quarterback offense? There's a lot more to adding Lamar than just the money and the picks. You have to change your entire offense to suit his skills. And that's going to then have a trickle-down effect. And that's what I think a lot of teams are looking at. We got to give him a fully guaranteed contract. We got to give 2 first-rounders, and we now have to change our offense completely to cater his style. And I think that that's the part that people are missing. I think there are people in the NFL looking at it like I am, like, he's really not a great passer. He doesn't have success in the playoffs. They're a running team. They're a defensive team. They give him the foundation. But then when they need the quarterback, he's not there. He has to be running. He has to have a lead. He has to be a front runner. That's kind of what his game is. That's what, once he falls behind, that offense is not built to come back. And why? Because he's not a pure passer. And to me, there's more to this story than just the compensation.
There certainly is more to the story. And I think the main thing that's more to the story is just the relationship between the Ravens and Lamar. It's got toxic at times, and a lot of it has been a lack of communication. You can put that on Lamar if you want. Maybe it's on him not having an agent. That's been brought up. Maybe it's on the Ravens not speaking to him the way he wants to be spoke to. The injury thing at the end of the season and the rehab and whether he was healthy enough to play and not healthy enough to play. Those are all elements here. But I think the assumption that Lamar is the guy that we've seen and can only be the guy that we've seen is a little dangerous, because I think I told you this before. He played in a pro style offense in Louisville, and they've always built this offense in this stretch with Greg Roman. But who's to say if you had him in a more pro style offense, he can't adjust and be a little bit more of a passer there? We've seen him when forced. I've seen games where he ran one or two times and killed it as a passer in the pocket, threw for over 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, and just destroyed him. And so he's shown he can do that. The question for him is, can he consistently do it? And so that's why I pushed back on your thought he's not accurate, he's not a passer. He's shown us he can be all of those things in spurts. The question is, if he was
in an athletes offense, do, bro. That's what athletes do.
But here's what I'm saying. If you have the skill set that he has, And Michael Vick had the same issue. Nobody is a playmaker in the open field with his legs from that position like Lamar.
Oh,
like
never.
Michael Vick was.
And
So the balance is, do you want to take away what makes him unique to make him what every other quarterback is? And so because of that, because he does things that other quarterbacks don't have, the assumption is he can't do any of the other things. I don't think that's true. I think that even if you took away Lamar's legs, I think that he could still be a starting caliber quarterback as a pocket passer. But he's not an elite quarterback.
If that was the case, he would have come back from the injury. The problem was he was too injured to play his game, and that's why he didn't come back. I don't believe Lamar held out because of the contract. I don't believe that at all. I think the kid couldn't play his game. He needs the knee. He has to be. See, what's it called? Pat Mahomes had the injured leg, but he can stay in the pocket and beat you. Brett Favre years ago played with a mangled leg, but he can play because he's a pocket passer. Russell Wilson about 6 years ago, started the season. His first 6 weeks, he had a high ankle sprain, a knee sprain, and he had another, maybe it might have been a calf or something. Plus, by the way, his line was shitty. He didn't have a really consistent running game, and he started out the first 6 weeks playing. And why? Because he can stay in the pocket and beat you. He doesn't have to run. Lamar Jackson is a guy that cannot make a living from the pocket.
I disagree. I completely disagree.
He's never done it. He's never done it
because he hasn't had to. He hasn't had to. That's like that's
why he doesn't have success in the postseason.
So here's what, like I said, I will relate it to our day-to-day life, right? I was a writer before I became a TV person, right? And now I do TV pretty much all the time. If I do TV for the next 10 years and don't write another story, and you can say, oh, Cam can't write. We don't see him do it. He can't write. He can't write. We don't see him do it. And that is just because I don't do it, because I've evolved into something else and I do that, and that's what I do best. That doesn't mean I can't do this other element. And so the fact that Lamar does not show us as much pocket passing as a Patrick Mahomes, as these other quarterbacks, does not mean that he cannot do it if forced in that situation. I disagree with that. And that's what my whole element is.
By the way, he tried this year. That's what he was trying this year. And that's why they ended up with a lot of field goals.
He got drafted as a first-round pick in a pro-style offense in Bobby Petrino's offense. In college, he played 3 years in a pro-style offense before he got to the league.
It's a running offense.
No,
he was running like your legs. He was running
they were
like
not designing. They were not consistently designing run plays for him in college. He was a passer. And so that's why I think people just forget that, because he's not done it. Like this offense, you are correct. It is a very much run-first offense. But at the same time, they've allocated the fewest resources at the receiver position as far as money in the last 4 years. They don't give him weapons. His running backs, which is not their fault, his running backs seem to get hurt every single year.
Well, that was the last couple of years.
So you're in a position where you have running back,
and he's had elite tight ends.
Yes, but that's been the only spot. He hasn't had a number one receiver his whole career. And so he has been in a position where he's been forced to carry an offense. And when you're forced to carry an offense, you do what you do best and what you're most comfortable with. And that is his ability to make plays with his legs. It doesn't mean he can't pass. It's just that
you don't think they catered it that way because they don't think he can do the other stuff?
I don't. No. That's my opinion. Like I said, we have a different opinion. Okay, I don't think they catered the offense.
So hold on a second. So basically you're saying the Ravens front office and coaching staff is stupid because they have a passer, but they're stopping him from passing. So they purposely don't get elite receivers to help them become and evolve the offense better. So you're saying that they purposely think he can't pass.
No,
but you think he can pass.
No, I don't think they're purposely doing that. I just think they struggle drafting receivers. They have drafted receivers time and time again. They drafted Rashad Bateman, who hasn't been this player yet. They drafted Hollywood Brown, who they had to trade away because they're injured.
They become available in free agency. They become available in trades. You can trade for one. You can sign. You can actually sign one in free agency.
But I'm telling you, they have never had a number one wide receiver in this offense for Lamar. Never. And
No, I
so,
get it.
What was the argument for Tua, right? And I'm like, I bring it back to Dolphins because we're on a Dolphins podcast. The argument before they got Tyreek and before they got Jalen was Tua needs more around him. He needs a better offensive line. He needs more weapons, right? These are things that quarterback should have. And the fact that Lamar does not have them, we just like, oh, well, it's because he can't throw. What? We don't say that for any other quarterback. We didn't say Tua couldn't throw. He just needed more stuff.
No. Wait a minute. Others said he couldn't throw. I never said he couldn't throw.
And I never said it either.
And by the way, with the shitty weapons, he proved over and over that he was a passer. Has always proven that he's a passer. He doesn't have to prove that he's a passer. What we needed was better weapons so he can actually score more, so he can get down. What we said was, oh, well, it's a dink and dunk offense. Well, look what they've got. They've got no line, no running game. So Waddle doesn't have time to get downfield. So he's catching short passes. Gesicki's making a bunch of plays. Go get him weapons. Well, guess what? You got him weapons, and now he extended his passing from a short to medium passing to what the best deep passer in the NFL. Last year.
Tua was great.
So passing was not a question mark with Tua ever. It was more about the weapons that he needed in order to expand the offense. Okay, I wasn't the one talking that he couldn't pass. I never said that.
I wasn't either, but that wasn't narrative.
The talent and the coaching around him was the problem.
Right.
And sure enough, that's
my
point
problem is that when you change the environment for a quarterback, you allow him to be the fullest version of himself. The Dolphins changed the environment. It's a different environment for Lamar and Tua, but they changed the environment with the coaching staff, with an improvement in offensive line, with bringing in Tyreek, and it allowed Tua to be the fullest version of himself. We've not seen the Ravens change the environment for Lamar. So I don't think it's fair to say what the fullest version of him is because we haven't seen that. The Bills, the first 2 years under Josh Allen, he was a sub 60% passer. They went and got Stephon Diggs. They changed his environment and he became a consistent MVP candidate. You change your environment for a quarterback, you can consistently see who the fullest version of him is. Now, I am not like fully defending Lamar. He has some things he has to be better at. He's got to be better in how he communicates with his team. He's got to be better in staying healthy. These are things that Lamar has to be better at. But my argument is the Ravens have not done the full job of changing the environment of Lamar to allow him to be the fullest version. I think the assumption that he cannot be a passer, that he cannot do all these things is not fully accurate because we have not seen the Ravens put him in an environment where he could succeed in those elements. That's just.
And by the way, Josh Allen, they gave him the weapons. Numbers have gotten better, and all that, but he still hasn't gotten over that hump either.
Correct, but you consider Josh Allen one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, right?
And that's because he's also inaccurate. Okay,
but you do consider Josh Allen one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, right?
Yeah, because of his physical freakish talent, but I don't consider him a top 5 passer.
So I guess my question is what is the difference?
No, but wait a minute.
I'm not about Josh Allen as a quarterback and Lamar as a quarterback.
Let me go back to your former beat, okay? Yep. Because your former beat has our former quarterback.
Yep.
And our former quarterback, which I knew couldn't play and wasn't the guy ever. Well, no, we got to improve everything around him. Well, they gave him everything in Tennessee. And every time you needed him to be a passer, what happened? He needed depends because he was shitting in his pants because that's who he is. Okay, because he's not a passer. He's a athletic running quarterback, not to the extent of Lamar, but that's who he is. He's a front runner. He can depend on Derrick Henry. He can depend on a lead. But when you need him to come from behind and lead a team and pass your way out, Tannehill's not going to do that. Tannehill's going to go on script. Josh Allen, by the way, does a lot of crazy stuff and does some amazing plays at times because he's an amazing athlete. But there are moments where you need the quarterback to get it done, and he hasn't been getting it done either. And Lamar Jackson is probably a worse passer than Josh Allen, and probably the same thing as Ryan too. Erratic. Again, when you need a passer, he doesn't come through. So I think the same thing would happen with Lamar. You could give him the weapons. Some of the stats will get better because in the end, you do have better players around you, but you're still going to have to make the throws on a consistent basis. And that's something that these guys struggle with that are great athletes. They will flash you. And I'm sure while you were at Tennessee at times, and the Tennessee fans saw a couple of throws from Ryan, and you said, oh, wow, he can be the guy. No, he can't. It's just that he's an athlete. Athletes will wow us. They will fool us, but they can't do it on a consistent basis because they're not pure passers. And to me, that's what that will be the problem with some of these guys as they try to make this transition. In the end, you got to stay in the pocket and win from the pocket. With the Bills, they depend too much on the run from Josh Allen and crazy plays that he can't necessarily stay there and make a living from the pocket. Lamar has that same problem. He can't make a living from the pocket.
So clearly we have a different view of Lamar, and we made a lot of arguments here and there. My final point on this is your last point about winning in the pocket. I think that this is going to be a new era coming up, and that's going to completely change. And we're already starting to see it. Jalen Hurts showed us that you can almost win a Super Bowl by not being the quote-unquote pocket passer first player. He ran and does run more than any quarterback we've seen consistently almost be an MVP. And I think
but he's dropping dimes.
Huh?
He's dropping
because he evolved as a passer, and they had an offense and a receiver group with A.J. Brown, with Devontae Smith, with the best offensive line in football. And so you surround him, not taking anything away from Jalen Hurts, because I think he's an amazing player, but you put him in a situation where he can be the best version of himself, but you also don't force him to say, hey, stand in the pocket. That's the only way you can win as a quarterback. Nah, that's crap. That's crap. It's a new era of football. You're going to see more and more quarterbacks. We're seeing them coming out in this draft. Anthony Richardson, if he succeeds, is going to be a quarterback similar to these guys, where he may never be a 70% passer. But he is going to be able to win because of the ability to win with his legs and with his arms. And so I think that you're going to see it, like I said, a different era of quarterbacks where winning in the pocket is not going to be a prerequisite to winning a Super Bowl.
I still think we're 10, 20 years away from that, because I still think in the end, you're going to have to be accurate from the pocket. And the guys that all win the titles are all the guys that are accurate from the pocket. All of them.
I think that's about to change really soon. I mean, you've been right. You've been right up to the last 55 years, so I cannot argue with that. But I think we're seeing
and over the next
quarterbacks get closer and closer. And I think once it happens, that's going to change NFL teams' mindset on what we need our quarterback to do and look like.
Or it's more a product of what's coming out of college. And so over the next 20 or 30 years, less and less pocket passers will be developed, and more athletic running passers will be developed. And then the involvement will come from those guys will learn to be also accurate from the pocket at the same time. So that way you do end up like Pat Mahomes, like Steve Young. All right. There are guys that we've had through the league that can run, but also can stay in the pocket and be deadly accurate from there and kill you. So you've got to find those kind of guys that evolve eventually, because defenses are so fast and so quick that runners also run into mistakes. They run into sacks. They create problems also for themselves too, and they take unnecessary hits. So the guy that can live in the pocket a lot faster and make quick decisions, one, he's going to last a lot longer. He's going to have a longer career. That's what you want. Because the running quarterbacks aren't going to have a long career, Cam. That's the problem. So
I think you continue to evolve as an offense. I think Philly's done a great job with Nick Sirianni of minimizing the amount of hits that Jalen Hurts takes, although he runs a lot. But he does not, you don't see him getting consistently hurt. He got the one shoulder injury. That's the only injury he's had in his first 3 years in the league. But at the same time, I think you're seeing that it's the opposite of what it used to be. I think it's very hard for me as an NFL GM to take a quarterback who is a statue in the pocket and cannot move in the top 10, because I think you need players who can win outside of scheme, who can win when the play breaks down and move outside of the pocket. your old cliche pocket passers who run everything out of the pocket. I think that players is going to become more and more extinct, and you're going to need to be a hybrid. That doesn't mean you're not going to have to be accurate from the pocket. I think that element's right, but I think the element of the mobility is going to be more of a prerequisite than, hey, can he stand in the pocket and throw it 50 times without moving outside of the tackle box? I don't think
I like the mobility of a Rodgers without the dark room and a Mahomes. That kind of mobility and that kind of a passer where it's not necessarily I need my legs to be successful. I need my legs to make that next pass, or I'll take a couple of yards off of you because you're giving me the open field. To me, that's the guy that I would love to find more, is the guy that can run when he has to run or help to create, but not the guy that he needs to run in order to be who he is. That's
right.
That's
absolutely the goal. But like my whole point with Lamar, and like I said, he has his flaws. I am not saying that he does not have his flaws. He may not be the quintessential quarterback to be a running quarterback and win a Super Bowl. He may never do that. But the quarterbacks we have mentioned that are of that skill set, a Josh Allen, a Jalen Hurts, the difference between them and what the Ravens have done with Lamar, they have surrounded those guys with the right skill set and the players around them to allow them to make the choices of, hey, I can throw the ball downfield to Stephon Diggs. I can throw the ball to AJ and Devontae Smith and consistently do that. Whereas if Lamar is usually back there and he has to make a play, it's Devin Duvernay. Is Devin Duvernay open? Who I don't even know. I don't know any Ravens receivers.
What happened, bro? Duvernay, the first 8 games was a monster.
Yes.
Remember, like this year, the first 8 games, he was like the MVP of the team. Actually,
he was. But when you have number 3 receivers trying to be number 1 receivers at some point, the clock runs out, and so
they figured him out, bro, because he was awesome.
Right.
I think didn't he like? I think he like made X look bad on that in that game, and
Devin Duvernay was awesome. I actually talked to him on the phone before one of our games because he was their top receiver and he had been balling, and we had talked about it. And really, after that game, he had kind of fell off, and so that's the element that I want to see.
So it was you after he talked to you. His
I was talking. I'm not gonna lie. I was talking up how he was playing, and he was talking about how he's trying to be a number 1. And
you jinxed him.
He was never a number 1 again the rest of the season.
You jinxed him. Jesus, Cam. Damn. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolfe. If you want him to jinx you, he'll do that. So just reach out to him. Catch him there at the NFL Network wearing some crazy ass shades. Cam, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. We'll catch up later in the week.
Sounds good.
You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolfe, baby. Good morning football. It's an interesting one. We have unleashed the Wolf Pack.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Let me see here. You know what happened, Sean? We sent our boy the link, and he has a new email because his old email doesn't work because he's got a new job. So now we'll get him on. We've got the new email. We sent him the new link. So we'll get Matt Verderame on right away, and we'll have some fun with Matt, and we'll talk. See, to me, that's the interesting part about the Lamar discussion. And that's because I think a lot of people are just wrong about Lamar. That's all. And I mentioned it in the 15-minute opener of the show. A couple of years ago, I had a beat reporter on, Teron Davenport, good dude, from Tennessee. And we had the discussion of Ryan Tannehill and Lamar Jackson. And, I've never really been a believer of either guy being a franchise guy ever, because I don't think they're real passers, and eventually since we had that conversation, Tannehill's already gone down the tubes, and I'm sure I don't know if he doesn't agree with me now, whatever, but he thought I was nuts and didn't have any idea what I was talking about, he was convinced Tannehill was a franchise guy and convinced that Lamar is a franchise guy. And I think, as time goes on, I'll be proven right and people will see what I see, terrific young man, but he isn't a passer. And there's a lot to do. By the way, I see we will be there at the fair. We're going to have some giveaways for you, some passes to the fair. We'll be giving away some stuff. So we'll be there broadcasting live at the Dade County Youth Fair 3 times. 3 times. 3 Utah. 3. Get me 3 Utah. I know you only asked for 2 in the movie. But that's, guys are robbing the banks and he's eating his chili dogs. That's not good. It's not good. John Santos says, let Lamar Jackson as a punt returner only. He'd be a pretty good punt returner. Oh, let's see. What else do we have? Oh, any questions or defenses will adjust to those QBs? It's exposed by 0 blitz. All right. All right. There he is. All right, let's go. Let's go to the Red Recover inside the huddle. Let's get into the huddle with Matt Verderame right now.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderame. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderame.
Alrighty. There we go. How you doing, my man? Mr. Sports Illustrated, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, you're going to have to change that intro now. I
know.
Screwed you up.
I know. We gotta update the intro now. And as he's in his new place. How's it going the first week there?
It's good. It's been fun. It's been a challenge in the sense that it's just different, which is cool. I was at the same place for 8 years. So it's always all these new different processes and stuff, but it's been great. I published my first piece yesterday. There's a few more coming this week, so hopefully people read it and hopefully people keep clicking and checking it out.
Is there a spot that they could go to bookmark or something like that, your articles and things like that?
Yeah, so there's just an author page. If you Google Matt Verderame and Sports Illustrated, there's a page right there that you can go to, and you'll see all the articles that I write throughout the course of time.
There you go, folks. So if you want to follow him there at Sports Illustrated now, you can check out all of his work. So did the Jets convince Aaron Rodgers? Were they all having this conversation in a dark room is the question.
That actually is a great question. Like, did they do this with any lights on, or was it just people screaming across the room and hoping that everyone is still there?
Aaron, you still there? Aaron, you there? We can't see you.
Look, I will say this right up front. Anybody who says they know how this is going to play out is a liar, because it's Aaron Rodgers. It's the Jets. Anything is possible. This could happen tonight. This could happen in a month. This could never happen. I mean, it just, who knows? I'm actually in the middle of writing a story right now where I'm talking to different sources who have been in personnel departments or are in personnel departments. And I've asked them, look, like, what what would you trade for him? And so that'll be out later this week. I think it'll surprise some people. But if you're the Jets, like obviously he's a much better quarterback than you've had since Joe Namath, but he's going to be 40 and he's really expensive. And he's also kind of a headache. Like, at what point do you say to the Packers, we're not going to go further than X trade package? And I think that's going to be really interesting because the Packers right now, I think people are acting like they have all this leverage. Who else is going to trade for Aaron Rodgers? Like, where else is he going? So if you're the Jets, like, how much are you giving up knowing that there's really nowhere else? At least it's obvious at this point.
Hey, listen, both trades, Lamar Jackson, you got to give him a fully guaranteed contract, which is what he wants, right? Apparently, that's what he wants. And you're going to have to give Baltimore 2 first-round picks, and you've got to be willing to change your entire offense for him. Plus, he's been injury prone the last 2 years because he's a running quarterback who's going to take punishment. That's not going to change. He's all of a sudden not going to become a pocket passer like Tom Brady and get rid of it in 2.6 seconds every down. That's not going to happen. Aaron Rodgers, like you just said, he's approaching 40. He's a pain in the ass. You don't even know if he's really going to be with you for a year or two. Even if he makes a 2-year commitment, you don't even know if he changes his mind after 1 year. He's a total flake. And his numbers are declining now a little bit. So none of these trades are slam dunks. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And to me, that's where, you know, when people start talking about this and then, you know, oh, it's a conspiracy with Lamar and couple teams are dropping out. No, dude, they're dropping out. It's not because they're conspiring saying, yeah, none of us are going to. Bullshit, dude. If these owners have a player they think that can help them win, brother, they're going to sign them. They don't care. They don't care at all about that. They're not all going to get together and go against one player for some purpose or bullshit, dude. They signed Deshaun Watson. And why? Because Cleveland is stupid and desperate, and they thought that they could win with Deshaun Watson. That's it. That's it. So if somebody is desperate, they will sign Lamar Jackson. Teams that are stepping out, it's because it's really not that easy of a trade as people make it out to be. Really.
I agree with you. I think, look, the collusion stuff is so overblown, in my opinion, in this regard. Like you just said, if there was some team out there that thought he was the missing piece, they would tell every other owner to go scratch, and they would just do it. You think Jerry Jones would sit there and go, yeah, we all agreed around a table. Come on. This is the National Football League, okay? These guys, they're, for the lack of
ruthless.
Yeah, they want to win, period. Now, was it bizarre that all these teams yesterday in the span of about an hour were like, we're out. Yeah, yes, but I would point to a different part of this. Some of that can also be a negotiating play where you're just telling everybody you're not involved, and you're trying to drive a price down a little bit. I do think at some point he will talk to some of these teams. Now, maybe there's no offer. Maybe it just becomes, what do you want? Okay, we're not willing to go that far. Okay, fine. I do think some of these teams will talk to him. Because if you're Atlanta, you're going to tell me you're good with Desmond Ridder? Like you're just good, that's it? I mean, that's a building you need to be able to sell tickets in. That said, talking to him and giving up $230, $250 guaranteed, and 2 first-round picks, that's different. That's a lot. I don't care who you are. It's a lot. Now, maybe some team will eventually do it, but you're asking for a fortune and you're giving up multiple picks. There are real hurdles. Those hurdles exist.
Hey, can I have a little fun with it? Matt, maybe all these teams came out because they don't have an agent to contact to tell them no. So they had to say in public, yo, Lamar, we're not interested, bro. So don't bother calling us. We're you don't have an agent. So we can. This is the only way we can talk to you. So, hey, we're out, So this is kind of the knock of not having an agent too at the same time, because those teams don't even know who to call or what the hell are they dealing with. Are they picking up the phone and it's mom? And now they've got to tell mom how much they think her son has holes in his game.
Well,
That's got to be an uncomfortable I know that the NFLPA apparently is helping. I don't know how they're helping. I'm not exactly sure. That's a story you should write about.
Yeah, well, believe me, I got plenty on the list. I think Eric.
How is the NFLPA helping him specifically? What are they? Who is in the NFLPA helping represent him or guide him or something?
Well,
I'd love to know, because this is the other asinine thing this kid has done, bro. Because you and I know we've been at this a long time. 2 years ago, okay, or 3 years ago, right after that MVP season, a year later,
right,
that agent would have had, on that third year of his deal, that agent would have had his new deal done.
Well,
history over.
It matters that he doesn't have an agent, because Derek DeCosta flat out said that at the combine when we were all talking to him. He said, look, it makes it more uncomfortable. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he said basically it makes it more uncomfortable because you can't say things to a player that you would say to an agent. And it's true. I mean, it's obvious. Of course it's obvious. It's true. I mean, I think if you are Lamar Jackson, and let's say you get a month, maybe 6 weeks down the road here, and nobody's making you an offer anywhere near what you want, it's time to go to the Ravens and say, you know what? Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. You were right. I couldn't get the money anywhere. Let's move forward. Because if that deal doesn't come, if none of these teams are willing to give you what you'd like, what is your alternative? To play out on the tag? That's dumb. Just sign the contract that Baltimore's been trying to get you to sign. Now, if you can get the contract elsewhere, God bless. Take the money and run. But if you can't do that by, let's say, the draft, then it's time. Then it's time to sit down with Eric DeCosta and say, all right, let's work out a deal that's good for both of us. I
kind of feel like he has the blinders on. You know that? I think he has the blinders on. I think he's in his own echo chamber with his mom and his family. No, you deserve, guarantees. And I think he's kind of living in his world. And I'm afraid that that's the case. And I don't think that he's in the reality that some of these teams might be looking at. We'll see. I just don't know who's going to be crazy enough to make the move that he wants them to make. 2 first-rounders and a fully guaranteed contract. I just,
I know there are people that would say, well, he could play it out and he'd go to free agency. And if he gets free agency, maybe he gets a contract. I mean, maybe. But let's be real with this. Like, you're losing money every year that you're him and you're sitting there without a long-term contract. You're losing money and you're risking a fortune. Right. And like, what happens if this year he plays on the tag and he's hurt again, or they don't win a playoff game? It's not helping. Like, right. If I'm him and he doesn't get an offer, I would go to the table with Baltimore. But will he? I don't know.
That's the question. And by the way, this year hurt his value.
Yeah.
This year
hurt again.
By playing this final season on this deal, it hurt your value because you didn't put up the numbers, you didn't win the games, and then you ended up injured on top of all of that. And so it really ends up making you look bad. A lot of drives ended with field goals because you could not get them into the end zone. All these kind of things ended up hurting you because you kind of gambled on yourself.
And by the way, by being on the tag this year, Baltimore has very little wiggle room to improve the team. And so that's not helping either. Like, and I know there are other guys who are on these big number deals, but yeah, those guys have that long-term security. So at least you have that. At least you have this huge amount of money. Like, Lamar doesn't have long-term security, and he doesn't have a team that can get better around him because he's got the worst of both worlds. Like, now great, he's getting $32.4 million. I mean, nobody's crying over that. But for him, as weird as that sounds, he should get more than that. He should be getting paid more than 30. I mean, Daniel Jones has got $40 million a year.
Yep.
Okay, like, Lamar Jackson is not getting the money he should be getting. And if he doesn't get an offer fully guaranteed by May 1, if I'm him, I'm trying to get a deal done as soon as possible. Get a lockdown.
I think a holdout's coming. I think he's not going to sign. He's not going to sign the tender, and so he'll be able to hold out. And I think he's dead set on, on who he is and what he deserves, and that he deserves more than Deshaun Watson. And I think he's using that as a crutch. And the rest of the league is trying, not just the Ravens, but the rest of the league is basically telling you, hey, yo, dude, that was dumbass Cleveland. The rest of us are not doing that stupidity. That kind of shit is going on. Plus, I love when people use the Daniel Jones thing. Well, Daniel Jones got $40 million a year. Why isn't Lamar? Well, the Giants were in a desperate situation. Yeah. So they wanted to keep both Saquon and him. But the only way they could do it is to agree to a contract with Daniel, which, by the way, I think it's a bad contract. I'm not a Daniel Jones guy. I think he's mediocre to average at best. But Brian Daboll thinks, he can make them more. And at the same time, it allowed them to keep Saquon and keep him off the market. And that's why they did it, because they were in a unique situation that they had to figure out a desperate way. But again, desperate teams do stupid things. And that's kind of what the Giants did. Just like the Raiders a few years back with John Gruden did a really stupid contract. These things happen, man. Teams make stupid deals. The Dolphins years ago, they signed Ndamukong Suh to back then, it's like the kind of contract that you give the dude from the Rams. What's his name? Aaron Donald. Yep. And, you made it sound like Suh was Aaron Donald type or Warren Sapp type, that he was going to change your entire defense when he wasn't that kind of defensive tackle in the first place. Oh. But it's a stupid contract that you use to, you think it's going to game change your entire franchise. Stupid teams do desperate things, and that's what the Giants did.
It's funny. I have a piece coming out tomorrow on SI about desperate general managers and how free agency is like the biggest trap in the world. And one of the teams I use as an example were the 2013 Dolphins with Donnell Ellerbe and Mike Wallace.
Yeah, there you go.
Fortune, it did not work out. But honestly,
God, I ripped them when they signed Mike Wallace. Like, that guy was never a number one in any time zone.
He ran straight down the field really fast.
That's it.
Yeah,
he's a number 3, bro. A number 3.
He's basically what like Marcus Valdes-Scantling is now. Just like,
right.
Hey man, go down the field, which is fine. But like, that's not. Yeah, you're not paying that guy a fortune. It's just, look, I would tell everybody on here, because the next time I'm on the show, we're going to be like approaching the new league year. It's going to be like hours away, but we'll have already had the crux of free agency because of the tampering period. I'm assuming a lot of people here are Dolphins fans. I'm sure others as well. But if your team doesn't sign a ton of guys, if your team isn't the winner of free agency, you're probably in good shape. The teams that go out and spend $400 million in the first 2 hours of free agency, it's not good. It's typically not a good thing. That means your roster stinks, you haven't drafted well, and your GM knows he's about to get fired. That's what that means. Like, show me the team that's drafted well the last 5 years. It's like, you know what? Spend it all in free agency. Not doing that. You're not doing that. Maybe you get one guy. You're not going out and signing 4 or 5 guys. If you're doing that, it's because your roster stinks.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt. By the way, what's going to happen with your Chiefs? Are they going to give Jones that deal?
I think in fact, I know they would like to extend Chris Jones. The question is going to be, how much is it for? My thought would be he's clearly going to have to be paid right behind Donald as that second guy at that position.
Isn't that what the report is, that he wants money right under Donald? Is that what it is, right? Yeah.
And I've done some work on this. My feeling going into it was like 25 a year seems pretty fair, considering that he's going to be, in his 30s year soon. He's 29 next season. But I think the number's got to be higher. I think the number's got to be higher than that. So do you get to $28 million a year? I think that might be around the ballpark. Maybe around 70 guaranteed. I think that's probably what you're looking at. I do believe they will get it done. Now, will it be done next week or will it be done in July? It depends on different timetables, but I think that's real. Look, they cut Frank Clark. They did not tag Orlando Brown, which shocked a lot of people. But from my understanding, while they would actually like him back, they just weren't going to go above a certain amount of money. They weren't going to do it. And so I think they're looking at it, and there's a lot of tackles in this class, and that might be a way they go. Maybe they go stopgap. But one thing about Brett Veach, and we saw with Tyreek Hill, they have a number, and they're not going over it for anybody outside of Patrick Mahomes. So, that's what they believe, and it's
I know, but that dude's a difference maker, bro. Like,
he's not bad.
Holy shit, bro! Like that guy. He can wreck your entire offensive day. That's what that kind of dude is. I mean, that is one impactful mofo. I don't know how you replace him.
I don't think they know either. Look, they've paid two guys under Brett Veach, two guys into their 30s, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Chris Jones is going to be the third guy because what all three of them have in common? They're all going to Canton one day.
Yeah, they're all centerpieces. Yeah.
That's it. I mean, as great as Tyreek Hill is, and he is, Tyreek Hill, I think, also might join them in Canton. Okay. They always felt like offensively, you have Mahomes and you have Andy Reid, and so you're always going to be able to piecemeal, and you still had Kelce. Don't get me wrong, they wanted Tyreek Hill, but when it got to a certain number, I think they felt like they couldn't do it because they had to pay other guys. Chris Jones is different than all those guys because on defense, there's no Mahomes helping him. Like, he is their Mahomes on defense. So I do expect that they will absolutely pay him.
Yeah, no, that's one that they definitely. All right, so are you finally believing that the Dolphins are staying with Tua? Because
yeah, I've not been somebody who's denied that. Yes, I do. I think if you're the Dolphins, it's just about his health. Like, he showed last year he can play. Can he stay healthy? That they should spend the entire offseason looking for anything that they possibly can to help him stay healthy. Different helmets.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, right. And that's all they should be doing. That's it.
And what they are looking for is a backup quarterback,
which they should.
One that is probably they're probably looking for somebody with more experience than Skyler, because they probably don't want to put the youngster in that position because he's probably not ready yet. He showed something, but he's still a developmental guy. That's the quarterback that they're looking for. They're not. They have never been looking for anybody to unseat, or to replace him or to move on from him. But I'm sure they are looking for an Andy Dalton or a Gardner Minshew or someone of that ilk to be the backup quarterback, just to kind of keep things afloat, because the kid has had an injury history. That's it.
Yes.
That's what they're looking for. Nothing more.
Miami, and I agree with you. I think, look, if you're the Dolphins, like, Sam Darnold makes sense. I'll give you a guy who I don't love in Miami, because if he has to play, I think he can win games with him. It's Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, I like him too.
Like, Heineke's the kind of guy.
I like Minshew, Dalton, or Heineke. Get me any of those three, and I think they're perfect backups.
I agree, because first of all of them have the temperament to do it, which is important. Right. Like, people all the time will look at quarterbacks and go, I want the best guy in the market as my backup. No, you don't. You don't. Because, like, if you bring in Baker Mayfield to be your backup quarterback, you think Baker Mayfield's just going to be happy to sit there and hold the clipboard?
Yeah, he's gonna open his mouth at one point.
He wants to start. He wants to play. And it also becomes hard, like, and that's not a knock on him, but it's just reality. Like, he's a guy who still thinks he can play as a starter. Darnold, we might be getting past that point. We are past that point with Dalton, and I think Heineke's willing to accept the fact that he's a marginal starter.
And Minshew too. I think Minshew can handle the backup spot too with no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I think, absolutely. He's done it. So You can do those things with those guys. Whereas if you bring in a guy like who's a starter, it gets weird. It gets weird. Like those guys don't want to be there in that capacity, and that makes it much more difficult.
Yep, I'm with you there. All right, what are you working on Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out?
Yeah, got in fact, free agency grades just went up like an hour ago, and free agency hasn't even started yet, but we started grading some of these contract extensions as well. Also have a piece coming tomorrow on what we talked about with free agency and how teams are way too desperate. And so I laid out a whole bunch of examples there. And I think it's coming out Friday, my piece on Aaron Rodgers, talking to people in the league. If you were Joe Douglas, what would you offer the Packers? And I think some of the answers are going to surprise people.
Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderame and catch his work now at Sports Illustrated, baby. Matt, as always, appreciate you immensely, man. We'll talk down the line, my friend.
Sounds good. Take care.
Thank you, sir. There you go. The great Matt Verderame. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderame. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. What have we got here? Would you trade our second-round pick this year for Derrick Henry? No, I would not, because Derrick Henry is going to want a large contract, and he's at 29 years old. You do not give a running back a large contract, so no. And you're not trading a second-round pick to rent him for a year. So no. And did I say no? Okay. I guess I'll go back to the Warriors when she says, I guess the reports are wrong, all wrong, right? That it wasn't the Warriors who shot Cyrus, right? And I think it was maybe January 17th, a day or two after the playoff game against the Bills. I came out here on the show before anyone in the media, anyone, locally, nationally, anyone. And I told you, and you can go back and check it out, there's a plan. They're moving forward with Tua. Tua will be your quarterback in 2023. We told you before anyone. Okay? And then after that, the stupid reports started coming in from all kinds of directions. Okay? That, they might be interested in Tom Brady. Well, Tom Brady is retiring. They might be interested in Jimmy Garoppolo. They might be interested in Aaron Rodgers. They're going to trade for Lamar Jackson. And I kept telling everyone that there will be no trade for Lamar Jackson. There will be no trade for Aaron Rodgers. They're not bringing in Garoppolo. They're not making a move for Derek Carr. None of that was going to happen. I kept telling you, I was told they're moving forward to and there's a plan in place. Fresh as the season ended. So, any of those reports, like obviously anybody that told you he was staying, well, they're way behind we were. Okay? Way behind our report. And anybody that was either suggesting stupid suggestions, dumbass columns that say, maybe you should be thinking about Lamar Jackson, shit like Greg Cody was writing, which is complete crap, or stuff that I see on Yard Barker or whatever. In fact, today, there was a article, and what was it? Was it Yard Barker or Fanside or whatever? No, I think it was Yard Barker. And the idiot that was writing it ended with suggestions that Miami should make the move for Lamar Jackson. And so whether they were suggestions or ridiculous reports, I got nothing personal against Josina Anderson. She does a fine job, all of that, but her, Tua reporting was complete horseshit. She had no sources. Her sources around the league were full of shit. I said it then. I'll continue to say it now. And I've said it already for almost 2 months now, okay, that all of those people talking about Tua are full of shit. I told you that they were moving on with Tua from the get-go. There was going to be no trade. There was never thinking about any trade with any team, no discussion about any free agent, none of that. I told you that they'll be looking for a backup quarterback. That's been our conversation here. This is why I don't get into stupid-ass hypotheticals. Great example, Saquon Barkley. A whole bunch of you wanted me to get into Saquon Barkley talk. And what did I say? Like I say about all free agents. Let's wait till we find out who's getting tagged, who's being released. Remember that? As I say all the time. Who got tagged yesterday? Saquon Barkley. Not that the Dolphins were ever going to sign Saquon Barkley if he ever hit the open market. Okay? The track record is there. They don't give running backs big time deals. They don't even draft running backs high. That's all been set. But this is why I didn't entertain a lot of free agent talk, because I don't know who really is a free agent. And then we spend half a show talking about Saquon Barkley, or weeks talking about Saquon Barkley. And I've learned my lesson from the Willie Williams days and all the other things that I've done in radio in the past, that we wasted our time talking about something that didn't freaking matter in the first place. And Saquon Barkley would have been a waste of time. Just like a lot of free agents, a waste of time. And anybody that talked about Tua wasted your time and their time. Talking about him getting traded, him getting cut, them moving on from Tua. Every single analyst that thought they were moving on from Tua doesn't know jack shit about the Miami Dolphins and has no insight. Any writer that told you they were trying to move on from Tua has no insight whatsoever on the Miami Dolphins. Anybody tells you that the Miami Dolphins were talking to this team or that team about a trade has no insight on the Miami Dolphins whatsoever. All they're doing is trying to get clicks. All they're trying to do is get views. So if it's a YouTuber out there making shit up, they have to make shit up because that's all they are. Okay? They're frauds. They're little fans with their little channel. And they think they know something, and they know nothing, and they have no insight whatsoever. But there's enough stupid people that will follow them and believe that shit and fall right into the abyss. That's the beauty of this country. There's enough stupid people to follow people that have no insight, no intelligence whatsoever, but they'll just throw crap out there, and they hope it sticks. And that's what's gone on the last 2 months with Tua Tagovailoa. Okay? Everybody coming up with articles on how to replace him. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anybody that was reported that he was getting traded, cut, moved on, whatever, or they were trying to trade for somebody else, you have no insight on the team. But you go ahead. You keep subscribing. You keep reading. And you keep watching those people who have no insight on the Miami Dolphins. You go ahead, because that's exactly what they need, is for you to keep feeding the FUD. Okay? It's amazing. Let's see. What else do we have? Some in here want the Finns to get every name. Well, that's Dolphin fans. And by the way, that happens in most fan bases. They go ask their, media people, writers, insiders, hey, can we go sign this guy? Do we want that? That's how Joe Fan is like that. Joe Fan doesn't really have a sense of reality. so they don't really understand in average the cap or cap space from one year to another and all those kind of things. So they just think that they can sign anybody and everybody. But I just want to reiterate that now that it's, this shit is constantly going on, we have a lot of people that were wrong about Tua. Wrong about his future, wrong about that the Dolphins are talking to this team or that team. Dolphins aren't talking to anybody, and we told you, fresh as the season ended, that wasn't going to happen, that they were moving on with Tua. Tua's their guy, and I told you the key words. There's a plan in place. And those same words were repeated by the people that run the organization publicly. We have a plan in place, and you can go back there. You can check my quote, and then you can hear it from them after I said it. No one else said it. No one else reported that they're moving on with Tua and there's a plan. Nobody reported that. Only we did on this platform. Okay? So the Dolphin Nation around the world that listens to this platform actually gets real insight on the Miami Dolphins. Okay? So now you know. And nothing against Josina, but now you know she has no insight whatsoever on the Miami Dolphins. Speaking of speculative rumors, I heard that Yoko Ono's voice is being used by a pest control upstart company to rid homes of rats and other pests. Your thoughts? I need it here. Let's go. Be good. Any rats or stuff shows up? I live way out west, close to the Everglades. So I could use a Yoko Ono screech machine. Let's see. They will believe anything just like the Trumpers. Yeah, basically. I mean, there's enough stupid people out there, right? Trump feeds off stupid people. That's the beauty of it. People that get suckered easy. What do we got in the market, by the way? I know it's been kind of Bitcoin's at 22,000, I'm sorry. Holding kind of strong, I would say. Dow is down 64 points. The S&P's up 7. And the NASDAQ is barely up 1/5 of a point. So there you go. We need an absolute explosion from the S&P, which I don't know if it's going to happen after the feds and everything else we're talking about. By the way, that guy that took Powell to task yesterday. So basically, you want a lot of people to lose their jobs. Well, no, we don't. But yeah, we do. Isn't that screwed up? I mean, it's the worst, bro. The way we fix our economy is by lots of you losing your jobs. Like, really? Is that what we're doing here? We have to lose our jobs in order for the economy and the inflation to come down? I mean, it's so twisted. It's as twisted as it gets. It really is. Tua has the tacky injury since high school. The only real injury Tua has had since entering the league was the ribs last year. The fingers never limited him as a player. No knees, no ankles. GP Trap says, Big O, you have the Dolphins insight guru for over 30 years. When will people learn? I appreciate you, GP Trap. Thank you for reminding people I'm old as hell and been insightful on the Dolphins for a really long and old time. Thank you, GP Trap. No, I really appreciate it. Brett Dodger says, even bed bugs stand no chance versus Yoko Ono's voice. They bug out immediately. Just like a MiG on Maverick. Bugging out. In fact, Tua outside the ribs hasn't had an injury where he should have been sat. That's what Flores did 2 years ago. Yeah, he only really would have missed one game with those rib injuries. Yep. No doubt. Let's see. No, the team extending the number one passer in the NFL is great for the team. What's bad for you is the press little explosion you're going to have when they pay him. For all the TD followers in the back, make sure you're listening. I don't know what that means. TD followers in the back, make sure you're listening. I don't know what that means, but I guess you guys have some private conversations and all that stuff. I don't know what that is. Big O, what is the media's infatuation with the Dolphins? Am I crazy for saying we are good on offense other than the O-line? We are a few pieces away on defense. No, not at Jacob, you and I are in the same spot, dude. You know what? It's what I keep telling our Dolphin Nation. F everybody already with all the negativity. This was a really good season that went by, and it was ruined only because of a bunch of bad luck and a bunch of injuries. Okay, this is a really good football team. I'm with you. They tweak that offensive line. They find themselves something up the middle, like, you know, a middle linebacker. And now that you got Fangio, you're going to need another elite cover safety because of the way he runs his defense. And I love Brandon Jones, but I can't call him elite at coverage. So that's why I want a Poyer now. You got to have an elite safety back there. You know, you need two of them because he needs that flexibility in his defense. And because that's a requirement, like anything, man, you change from one offense to another, one defense to another. It's going to have different kinds of requirements. I'm with you, dude. I keep telling our Dolphin Nation, don't listen to the FUD. Don't listen to these idiots that have no insight on our Dolphins. They don't really follow the team. And they're just looking for some storyline to get clicks, to get views, to get their name out. Because, let me report that the Dolphins are still looking, possibly to replace Tua. That'll get my name out. Bullshit stuff. Okay? We do our show, and we just talk about our teams and the state the state that they're in, and we realistically look at all of this. And we also have some information on the inside. Okay? This team is not far at all. This is the closest they've ever been, dude, since way back in the Shula days. I'm tired of listening to you all out there that are so worried about the outside people. And I'm telling you, tune their asses out. They don't know anything. If they're telling you that the Dolphins are talking with Dallas or Seattle or I don't care, dude. Would name the team Washington, the Jets, or whatever for a trade. They're full of shit. They're not trying to trade Tua. They're not trying to move anything. If they told you that they're talking with Lamar, full of shit. They're not doing that. If they told you they're trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers, they're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay? None of them knew anything that's going on inside that building. They don't talk to anybody there. They don't know anybody there. They're lying. And they all got caught in their lies. And then again, here's the other part that we also have a problem with, and this happens with the media, and I get into it even with Poupart at times. Well, no, they were talking with Watson, and they were talking. No, Chris Greer wasn't talking with them. Chris Greer is your GM, but he's black. So you name the black GM, but you're going to step all over his ass when you want to. And that's what the owner's going to do. So the two idiot owners, and it didn't matter if Chris was in place. Wasn't it Jeff Ireland in place when he went to go get Harbaugh, right? Or Tannenbaum or whatever the hell it was, and they went to go get Harbaugh. That's the owner. And in this case here, the last couple of years, I can tell you for a fact, the guys that run the front office, Reggie McKenzie, Marvin Allen, and Chris Greer, they didn't want Tom Brady, and they didn't want Deshaun Watson. That was a power struggle inside that building that came from the head coach and from the owner or owners when we're talking about Brady, because Bruce Beal was the idiot with that connection. Why do you think now Bruce Beal is not taking over anymore? Because Stephen Ross and him must have had a fallout. Like, you asshole, you cost us a first and a third by doing this. So there's a lack of knowledge of what's actually going on with the Dolphins. So we have a lot of people that are throwing a lot of shit out there, and they're wrong. Okay? Chris Greer and the front office never wanted Watson and never wanted Brady, but they have no control over a coach that is going roughshod through the building. Oh my God, where did you hear that before? Oh yeah, that's right. Right here on the platform. That's right, because on this platform, we told the entire world before anybody knew that there was shit going on in that building. We told you that Brian Flores was going roughshod in the building. Did we not? If you follow the platform every day, 2 years ago, we told you. And I would tell the insiders, hey guys, go investigate. The head coach is running roughshod through that building. And he's the one that wanted Watson. And he's the one that was effing with the owner constantly about wanting Watson. And he's the one that wanted Jordan Love and not Tua. Oh, by the way, I think somebody else on this platform told you before anybody in the entire earth that Brian Flores did not want Tua. Wow. I don't know. We seem to break way more Dolphin stories than anybody else on the planet. But you go ahead and listen to idiots telling you, oh, they're talking with the Ravens. Oh, and they're trying to ship Tua to Seattle, or they're trying to ship Tua to wherever. Pick your team. So they can make room, pick up a first rounder here, trade this guy over there for a second, and then give it to Baltimore. All these crazy trades. You keep listening to those idiots that have zero insight on the team. Okay? That's what you want. During the draft this year, we had Channing Tindall drafted like 7-8 minutes before the Dolphins picked. 4 minutes before anybody else broke the story. And 4 minutes in the NFL draft is an eternity. Josina Anderson have that? Any Dolphin websites out there have it? No. Stop listening to these people that don't know shit about our team. And they don't follow the Dolphins, and they don't care about the Dolphins. That's all. All they care about is creating controversy and stirring it up and getting you riled up. If I get you riled up, it's because we need to get riled up because something's going on. But I'm not going to do it just to do it for the hell of it. I had to do it a lot the last 20 years because things were really bad. Things are really good. Don't get clouded by what happened last year. Last year was a shit ton of bad luck. That's all it was. This team was way better than what their record says. They almost beat the goddamn Bills all beaten up with their third-string quarterback. Kiss my ass, dude. This is a really good football team. You just added one of the best defensive coordinators. As I've told you the last couple of weeks, I'm super freaking pumped about the 23 season. So why are you going to allow these idiots out there that just want to create controversy? They just want to create FUD because they need the views desperately, and listen, you guys go and subscribe and you follow and you view and you watch and you listen, whatever platform, and we're talking about radio, TV, YouTube, whatever. You're the ones feeding this bullshit. Hour number 3 of the Big O radio show moves on.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk Aqua and Orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
Hey, there he is. He's locked and loaded and ready to go. And by the way, thank you, Isais, making a little Bitcoin donation to the show. Remember, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show, and you can always donate a little Bitcoin. Isais, thank you. Always love a little Bitcoin donation to the show. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good? You got any Bitcoin yourself? Not yet?
No. Right when you were about to talk me into the Bitcoin craze, the market crashed.
So it hasn't really, Bitcoin really hasn't moved badly. It's still up like 35% since the beginning of the year. It was at 16.5. It's at 22,000. It's actually still pretty damn good, actually, So, I mean, like if you listen to me and you got Immutable X at 44 cents and it's over $1 still, even on a little bit of a dip, you're still making a lot of money. You know what I mean? If you listen to me with Alethea Artificial Intelligence, I told everybody at it when it was at 0.8 cents. So it wasn't even at 1 penny. It was at 0.8 of a penny. It got to 9 cents. Now it fell to 5-6 cents. But from under a penny to 9, that's more than 9 times your money. You take some out, and it's still at 5 to 6 cents. So, it all depends, Omar. You got to follow the market, even in a little dip. See, that's the thing. People look, a dip. Well, really, if you got in it months ago, you're still making a lot of money overall. But, that's
See, I don't have the luxury of getting in months ago, so I got to be careful. It's like playing double dutch. You gotta make sure you time it right.
Jasmine, it's my latest one. 2 years ago, I told people about SHIB. It was at 6. It got all the way to 91. That's 15 times your money. So people got in at 6, 7, 8, and it got to 91. I told them about Alethea in August. It went from under a penny to 9 pennies. Okay? I've talked about Star Atlas. It's a major metaverse game. It's an awesome game. Right now, it's under a penny. It's around a fourth of a penny. Okay? And Jasmine. Jasmine is a Japanese coin. It's considered the Bitcoin of Japan. Japan just started to allow their citizens to buy. This company is led by 2 Sony executives that they started this company, and they've got deals with Sony, with Honda, with Siemens, with like a whole bunch of like major corporations in Japan already.
All right.
Jasmine, I'm just saying, you want to get in early on some of these, right? I'm just saying, just do your own homework and find out. But I give these nuggets out every once in a while. It's up to those of you out there to, follow it up and see if I'm right or wrong. And I've been on a little bit of a roll, so there you go. So that's a little stuff for you. All right, so Omar, you fine now? You everybody settled in now? Because all I heard for months, because right after the season ended, I reported they're moving on with Tua. This is their guy. But yet all these stories came out that they're talking with this team. They're going to trade here. They're going to trade there. So are you good too now? Are you still think there's any FUD out there, or they're moving forward with Tua?
I've never believed any of that. I do encourage them to go draft a young quarterback early, not second round, but early. But I don't, even the Lamar Jackson stuff, and I get it. Part of his camp is probably trying to drive up a market. There doesn't necessarily seem to be a market right now out there. And it's a little scary considering all the elements going on and the things that are being said and the things that are being reported. But as we all know, this is lying season. It's just, and when free agency officially starts, we'll know what the truth is.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. But
I don't think Dolphins are involved at all with Lamar.
Exactly.
I never anticipated that.
I know you're talking about all the other things they're going to develop, Aaron Rodgers and Lamar and everything else, and we'll find out what ends up happening.
I definitely think Aaron Rodgers is probably either retirement. I mean, obviously retirement, go play for the Jets, or go play in Green Bay. And I'm not necessarily certain that Green Bay wants him to play for them as his
right. Yeah, so you get the same feeling I do, and there were some reports on that yesterday too, that basically the Jets were kind of almost going over there to go talk him out of retirement to play for them.
No, that's the first time I think that, here's my issue with Aaron Rodgers. This kind of gives me like the Brett Favre feel, which makes me makes me very tremendously uncomfortable, especially when Rodgers saw how it ended with Favre.
That's why I want him to go to the Jets, because I think it's just going to be a train wreck.
Me too, and I think it's gonna force another nasty Jets reset, which will put them like 3 years behind the game. Yeah, the Jets hater.
He'll have a bad year. He'll have a mediocre year. The media will be all over his ass. He'll go,
and he won't want to play anymore. And he'll
But if I'm a 10-day darkness retreat instead. Yeah.
If I'm the Jets, I need a 2-year commitment. I need a full-fledged commitment to be part of an off-season training program. And then we can talk. But,
do you trust him? Can you trust that guy to give you a 2-year commitment? And it's New York, Omar.
Yeah, no,
that
could go horribly bad.
That he pulls in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Dude, in Green Bay, he's got Rob Domofsky and like 4 other people around him in every. When he gets to New York, it's going to be like 150 mics in his face.
Yeah, I mean, it is New York. It's the biggest media market in the world. It can probably elevate him in other aspects of his life, but I'm not necessarily sure Aaron Rodgers he's kind of going to go off in that Brett Favre kind of realm where he's just going to disappear from the world. That's the sense that I get. Now, I could be absolutely wrong. And he could go to New York and he could date tons of supermodels and tons of actresses and be living the life that he wants. But the question is, nobody knows what life he wants. So I don't know.
Would you predict that Aaron Rodgers is also going to build a gym with the poor's money? I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Listen, he's unpredictable, which is why I just couldn't, people were like, oh, the Dolphins should go after Aaron Rodgers. For what? So he could hold the franchise hostage every year?
No.
I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. I've been good where I'm at for a while now. I'm comfortable, and I just don't get, I know the media's obsession with quarterbacks. Quarterbacks drives the league. Quarterbacks drives the draft. Quarterbacks drives the revenue. So I get it. But leave the Dolphins alone. They're happy. They're in a committed relationship. They're good. Stop trying to.
I think it's our prior dysfunction for so many years that it's like, oh no, they're about to screw it up, and plus, what Bruce Beal and Ross just did last offseason. Kind of.
I get it. But they're sitting here telling you we're good. And if they didn't have the number 1 rated passer in the NFL, I could say maybe there's some evidence that they're not good. If he was the number 9 passer in the league.
Right.
He's the number 1 passer. And we know that if he had played more games, it probably would have been astronomically better.
Yeah.
But, okay, durability is the issue. Let's give 2023 a chance. If it doesn't work out in 2023, we can revisit it with whatever quarterback that you'd like.
Yeah, because really 22, I mean, not that I needed it, but at least I got it for proof. Those that thought he couldn't play, okay, well, that was answered already, right? So shut
all the performance. If it's not durability, you don't have nothing to say. Exactly. You can't say nothing. No. So shut up. But okay, durability. All right, give it a season. 1. That's all I ask. Just 1.
Right.
1 season. 2023. Maybe 2 if they go into his 5th-year option, which they'd be an idiot not to do.
I'm leaning to tagging him because he's going.
You mean hold on, franchise? Hold on, you leaning to tag him instead of the 5th-year option?
5th-year option, yeah, the tag.
Oh, no, that's not a tag. No. That's just triggering.
That's what I mean. The 5th-year option. He's not anywhere.
The way you said it made me think that not 5th-year option and then franchise tag him. I was like,
that would be the following year. The following year, you decide extension or franchise tag.
Yeah.
This year, I would definitely give him the 5th-year option just because. See, here's the thing: I count on Tua now, right? Because I think he's one of those ultimate team player types. maybe too much because he thinks he can do everything out on the field and he thinks he can take on tacklers and stupid shit like that. But his warrior mentality, I think he's going to be dead focused on proving people wrong about concussions.
Absolutely.
And so I think he's going to learn to get rid of the ball. I think he's going to do all the right things because that's who he is.
That's
he
his
will
history.
do anything he has to do in order to be the best he can be because he's the ultimate pro.
That's his history.
Now, he is a little wired crazy because he'll do things he shouldn't do. You know what I mean?
He's wired as a football player.
Yeah, he's wired as a warrior, football player.
He's a little weird.
But I think, if I'm the team, I'm like, no, man, I'm tagging this sumbitch because knowing him, he didn't really suffer injuries this year.
Not tag him. Don't say that. You're triggering his fifth-year option.
Whatever. I'm giving him the fifth-year option because I'm afraid that he's going to come back and kick ass and have a healthy year. And then we have to give him the big-ass contract right there and then. So now this will buy me an extra year, and I got him cheap.
I got it. I'd do it. I'd not only do the fifth-year option, I'd probably go into 2024 thinking tag.
Doggy, if he kicks ass next year.
Yeah, but he's still got to prove to me. He's still got to prove to me. He's still got to prove to me. I can't give you $200 million in guaranteed money if I can't trust that you're going to be healthy enough to play the duration of that contract. And
it's just so crazy. Yeah, but
I'm not,
the problem,
bro. Why are you turning your nose up at?
Hold on. So you say you don't give him the $200 million, then he comes back the fifth year, and if he does it again,
he gets his $200 million.
You're giving him 250, 275.
Okay, that's all right. And I still, a lot of things come into play with that decision, and I'm just talking hypotheticals right now. I'm buying myself time to There are legitimate teams. There were at least 6 teams. I know them personally that took him off their board because they didn't believe he'd have a longer than 8-year career. And
I know. The injury history is the only thing.
And that is a fair, legitimate concern. I got to get to the point where, just like I don't have any concerns about his arm or talent or performance or accuracy or pocket presence, just like I don't have any concerns about those things, I don't want to have any concerns about durability. You can get your $200 million when I don't worry about durability. I think Lamar's issue, it's funny. I've always not been a Lamar guy. And I'm very transparent about that because I do not like that style of player. I do not like that style of quarterback. I've been that way for over a decade. And part of the reason why I'm not a Lamar guy is because I do not believe he will last playing that style. And then we'll get to a random
He needs to be more Russell and Mahomes, where you use your legs, but it can't be the main weapon of your game.
I always fear the Randall Cunningham RG3 situation where
Cam Newton.
Yeah. I think Cam can still run. I don't think he doesn't have an arm anymore.
Yeah, no, his accuracy was always shaky, and that's what hurt Cam, that he needed his legs and his body.
He still got his legs in his body. He just don't have the arm. So but
that's his struggle, that he has to use his legs to be an effective quarterback where he couldn't live from the pocket. You have to be able to live from the pocket.
I 1000% agree with you. But getting back to the point, I think part of Lamar's issue is, and there's a lot of things that factor into Lamar's issue: the pursuit of the guaranteed contract, the representing himself, the
injuries, the last year,
injuries, playing style. Not every coach. Gase was adamant he did not want to coach Lamar Jackson, which is what led to in-house fighting, bickering, blah 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 on draft day.
By the way, that's what I laugh about the Dolphins. So Mike McDaniel's going to all of a sudden change the offense that he loves to get a running quarterback.
I think that offense works with a running quarterback. I think it works with an athletic quarterback. I do believe. I think if you added, not to say that I want this to happen, but if you added a running element from your quarterback, which I do always support and believe,
that's different.
It would add an incredibly different dynamic, which is why Trey Lance's appeal in with the 49ers in the same offense. So I think that there would be a genuine level of interest, but I think what Mike McDaniel prefers is the traditional pocket quarterback with accuracy and anticipation, which is what Tua is.
Right.
So, but So there's so many factors with Lamar, but part of the reason I think he's struggling to get that deal that he seeks is because he's not a traditional quarterback and he hasn't stayed healthy for the last 2 years. And okay, how is he going to come back from this knee injury? How am I going to guarantee a guy $200 million when I'm not sure how he's going to come back from a knee injury?
Right.
Now, what will be interesting is to see what Joe Burrow gets, what Herbert gets, what Hurts gets. And if either of those three get fully guaranteed contracts, then you know that the league's frauds. You know that they're frauds. I fully, and for the record, I fully support all three of them. I thought it was a colossal mistake that after Kirk Cousins got a fully guaranteed contract, 5-6 years ago, Kirk Cousins was the first. He was the barrier breaker, a fully guaranteed contract. It was disrespectful that all the other quarterbacks, and I can name them: Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson again, the little tiny guy from Arizona. That fact that none of them got fully guaranteed contracts was a setback for the league. And then for Deshaun Watson to be...
As for Kyler Murray, he doesn't even deserve the contract he
got. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He hadn't done anything yet, bro.
No, he doesn't. And he's basically led to it. He was like cancer.
And he doesn't lack weapons or anything of that nature. Okay. And I think Kyler Murray has passing skills, actually. That's what I like about Kyler Murray.
He does have passing skills, but he has the same problem. He has the same problem Lamar has. Too much reliance on athleticism in your legs.
Oh, I disagree with you. I think he has a maturity issue. I think Lamar's a worker. I don't think this kid's a worker. I don't think so. I don't believe so.
That's fair. I don't know him personally. I've never
heard him. I don't think he's enough of a worker. When they put that clause in your contract, bro, come on, man.
Thing was embarrassing.
When you put a weight clause in a contract, it's because the guy's got an eating issue. When you put a behavior clause in the contract because he's been arrested or he's had a past, there's an issue. So when you put that studying clause, that you don't do that for any quarterback. No quarterback's ever had that clause because every quarterback knows that he has to outwork everybody, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He has to set the example that he is the hardest worker and will do more than anybody else to win the game, because that's the only way you sell yourself to everybody else. It says, oh yeah, no, if that mother effer is selling himself out, I got to do everything I can too to win the game. And I think that's Kyler Murray's issue, actually. Lamar, I don't think has any of that kind of issue. I don't think his character is in any question whatsoever. I only question his accuracy. That's the only thing I've ever questioned with Lamar. I think everything else.
There's a bit of a fear or element of we can't control him, and some people will put it out there that there's some concern about him being the face of franchise, which I think is ludicrous.
Maybe he might have a little bigger head of himself because he doesn't have an agent to check him before he wrecks him. You know what I mean? He doesn't have an agent to say, "Hey, Lamar."
He's got a mom, bro, and his mom ain't no joke.
That's even worse because she's just going to feed that's just an echo chamber.
No,
you need an agent to say, "Hey, Lamar, you've been injured the last 2 years, man. We can't get you this. You're a running quarterback. We got to work through this. I'll work through it with incentives. I'll get you. I'll figure things out." But somebody's like that whole I need a guaranteed deal like Watson. No, dude. Nobody's doing that. It's because Cleveland's stupid.
Listen,
and they did a stupid deal.
What I found very interesting to listening to ESPN today on Stephen A. Smith, and I have a great deal of respect for Stephen A. He's at the height of this industry. He's the highest paid journalist, and he's a true journalist. He said that the camp reached out to him, which I do believe, because part of what they lack is they do not have a media arm because they do not work with agents. And so they reached out to him and they clarified some things. That was the highest that we've ever received was an offer from Baltimore for $133 million in fully guaranteed money. I do believe them because when you put out those facts and you give it to Stephen A., these are facts.
Right. I got it.
And Stephen A. also said they have not talked about a fully guaranteed contract. They have not pushed for a fully guaranteed contract.
So Josina was wrong on that too? Wow.
I don't know. That's the narrative that's being put out there on their behalf. And considering I have dealt with them and see how they've operated with I Am Athlete, I know they're no joke. They are seriously no joke. So, and people have this narrative that Lamar is just a casualty or a passenger in this van. No, that's not true. Lamar is the driving force in the van, and his mother executes the business for him. And Lamar knows what he wants. And I had a private conversation with him going back to the season, and he's like, I don't care what people think. And some of the things he does just to troll people in terms of what they're saying and what they're thinking about him. He's very driven to control his own career and own narrative and own journey. And I support it. I do support it because not a lot of people make that push, but there are consequences and there's sort of there's sort of collateral damage when you do that. Like, would right now having an agent benefit you? Because an agent would get out there, and in Indy, he know exactly what your market is. You weren't in Indy. You weren't in those private rooms. You weren't in those not you, but you weren't in those smoke. Yeah. You weren't having these 4 a.m. backdoor sweet conversations that happen in Indy. You know they happen. I know they happen. The industry knows they happen. Does Lamar and his mom know that they happen? So because you have not had those conversations, you're doing business how the NFL has set up to do business, and you're behind the 8 ball. And you're losing. You're taking L's. And so while you might think you have a bigger market than you do, you don't. You realize now you don't, and it's coming to bite you. And you probably realize now you need a media arm, because a lot of the things that are being put out there is the narrative that they want to, or the team wants to put out there, or rival agents want to put out there to discourage people from thinking that they could do this on their own. And literally, you're doing nothing but taking L's. Now, what I found interesting was Mike Tannenbaum gave a very interesting perspective on Get Up this morning, where he said it's too early. I didn't
know that was possible, but go ahead.
He's very good on TV. Don't lie. Don't admit. You know what? Why he's good on TV? Let me address this, because I'm not a Mike Tannehill.
Stuck in reality.
He's made a lot of mistakes with a lot of franchises, and he's learned from it. But he's had those conversations, and he knows how. Come on, Mike Tannenbaum has had conversations with every GM, every executive. And so he knows what those conversations are like. He knows what those tampering. Like, he ain't touched that tampering with a 10-foot pole, because he knows he don't want to touch it, because that wouldn't benefit the NFL. But one thing he did say that I found very interesting is, yes, everybody might be coming forward and saying, we're not interested right now, but free agency hasn't even started. Why would you be sitting here bidding against yourself when free agency hasn't even started? When it does start, all it takes is one team. All it takes is a Carolina or a Washington to put an offer on the table and say, we've said we weren't interested previously, but, that was to cover ourselves and our tracks, and not. And he said a lot of this is because you don't want to deal with the blowbacks from your quarterback that you have in-house, or your team, or your offensive coordinator. Oh, we're going after Lamar? What does that mean? How does that change? What does that impact? Just let the people in the power situation who might have an interest, let them handle it. But also, another thing that I've always thought is, I thought Baltimore wanted the league to do the negotiating for his contract, and then they just match it and sign it. And right now, what it seems like is nobody's going to do that contract for the Ravens. And it puts them in a very good position. And just remember the clout that the Ravens have and Ozzie Newsome has in terms of respect league-wide. So
it's not Newsome anymore. It's DaCosta now. But yeah, I got you what you're saying.
Whatever, if you say so. If you say so. Was Ozzie Newsome in Indy? Yep. Was he at the Senior Bowl?
No, I know, but it's DaCosta's show now.
Sure. What I'm saying? Sure. Mm-hmm. If you say so. And the funny thing is, Stephen A. dropped a couple of hints that people in Lamar's camp might not be comfortable with DaCosta and might feel more comfortable if Ozzie stepped to the forefront and started to handle this situation. And we all know
Ozzie
Ozzie
drafted him. I mean, Ozzie drafted him, so
we all know Ozzie's still involved with the Ravens and has a heavy-handed influence with the Ravens. He's just not technically running it. He'll be there on the draft day and in the draft room and in part of draft conversations. He's just not technically running it. So I feel like, where was I going with this? I feel like, to Tannenbaum's point, somebody might come in when free agency actually starts. It might be the Jets when Aaron Rodgers decides, hey, I'm going to stay retired. Or it might be Washington when they figure out they can't move up high enough to get the quarterback that they want. But there could be more players involved. Like we got a long way to go.
All right, this is an interesting one, and I've said this about entertainers, singers, athletes, politicians. You know, once you get to a stature level that you're pretty famous, I've always said that you should hang around with people that have as much to lose as you do, instead of hanging around with people who have nothing to lose. And you have to be careful. Ex-Cowboy Michael Irvin, you know, that incident that he had at the Marriott and all that crap, and Marriott's trying to back out of this shit. They don't want to release the video, all that. I think this to me, this smells badly. Like Michael's getting jobbed here. Okay. Because if the employee is right and all that, the hotel is gladly going to release the video because, you know, they want to win the case and prove that their employees are. The fact that they've been hiding this video and been, you know, it tells me there's some. And Michael has been adamant about, show this video. You'll see that I did nothing. You know, like he's acting like a real innocent person acts. So, but whatever. That aside, whatever you think is happening there, as shady as I think Marriott in this whole situation is, not Michael, them. But listen to this. Michael Irvin, this is Michael Gelkin, who's on that beat now. He says Michael Irvin was visibly emotional when witness Brian Davis delivered his account of what transpired February 5th between Irvin and a woman at a hotel lobby. Irvin said the incident has forced him to question how to address people who approach him in public. And you know what? Do you blame him? No. And I don't blame famous people. And so I mention this because sometimes some of you out there might be a little turned off by somebody that doesn't want to be too sociable or doesn't want to sign an autograph or doesn't want to take a picture or whatever, you know, all those kind of things. I don't know if you've seen Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves, when he takes a picture, he doesn't put his arm around people. He puts his arms down in the middle so people can see that he's taking the picture next to the person, and his arms are nowhere near the person where they can't be construed in any kind of position. It's those kind of things. It's a shame, but I think famous people have to kind of live by what I'm saying, that unfortunately you need to hang around people that actually
have something to lose. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can't pick your friends, and you also have to. So where is this conversation going? Is this about Lamar or Michael Irvin?
It's more about famous people. Do you agree with this? That, you know, now Michael getting, you know, he feels like he's getting burned by this. Obviously,
yeah.
Like, he was being nice to somebody that said hi to him or something, and now this is how he's rewarded, where he almost loses his job. He goes through an embarrassment in Super Bowl week. I don't blame him if he's now going to be apprehensible about anybody that's approaching him.
Come on, this is like his third incident, though. Not to say that it's real or factual, or I mean,
okay,
like, you know, yes,
I just want to be fair.
You should be, you know, it's. I can't say how people should act because I'm not of that level of fame. I do get recognized. If I go to a Heat game, I'm being recognized by 3-4 people. Yeah. And I can't go to Home Depot now without being recognized by people. Some days I'd be looking bummy as hell. Grocery store, same thing. I can't even imagine. That's my life. And I'm Omar Kelly. I can't even imagine what Michael Irvin's life would be like. And and talking to people about things that the lengths that people will go to exploit professional athletes and to exploit
or people,
celebrities,
celebrities,
yeah.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sickening. So yeah, you should be a little bit apprehensive and cautious, and I don't know. Now I really got to think about it in terms of like putting my arm around women that if I take a picture with a woman, usually it's guys, so I don't really have to worry about it, but they can accuse me of some sexual act as well. So now you got my head spinning over here, Big O. Like, do I have to put my hands to the front?
No,
too?
I mean,
like,
you and I aren't at that level. I get approached by people all the time, so I'm like you. It happens to me too. It's happened to me more now because of the YouTube channel, actually.
Yeah, people see it. Yeah,
when I was in regular radio, you don't really see my face nearly as much.
Correct.
But with this platform now that my face is every day, I get noticed all the damn time. But I don't think for us is a problem. But those people that are at another level,
man. I mean,
the people, Omar, the people that actually make real money.
You could take money from me. Yeah, go ahead, no problem. Fine, I ain't got shit. But yeah, you're right. And to the point where, like, goodness gracious, like, I don't even want to put people's business out there, but like to talk to a friend who was fighting something and it cost him $350,000 to clear his name. I was like, God damn! Like, are you kidding me? Like, but that's what they have to go through. That's reality of their world. So would I be more cautious? Yes, absolutely.
All right, give me one free agent that the Dolphins must go after. Is there one that you've been thinking of that, if they go after a free agent, this is one guy that they need right now? Who is it?
I'm not ready to say that because I have not seen what acorns fall off trees in terms of contracts we're not there yet, where guys are being forced out and on the trading block and forced to restructure. I need to know what the entire class of talent that I'm looking at right now. Linebacker is my top priority. It's a very hard position to find. You get them at 70 cents on the dollar, and that's what I would be going after. Now, the question is, what linebackers are out there and available? Minnesota's supposedly cutting Kendricks. I'm interested if that's going to happen.
I want Poyer. I want Poyer. I want Poyer.
Safety, hold on, wait. That's not a fair. I don't like that you said that because you are a big supporter of the guy he'd be replacing.
I love Brandon Jones, but because of Fangio's system, you need elite cover guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get
you
it.
Don't think you can develop an elite cover guy with Ronaldo
yet,
Hill?
And he's not going to play a traditional strong safety position.
What's more important? What's more important in this scheme? A linebacker or the safety?
You didn't let me. I want Poyer and Wagner. You know what I mean? But Poyer is the one that's going to cost you big money because it's a long-term contract. Although I get the feeling because he's a South Florida guy that I think he'll get a little bit of a discount here.
Oh yeah, and from state taxes,
No, and everybody says he like really wants to play here badly.
Oh yeah, I see him every year. I see him every offseason at Bomberitos. Like he's a Miami guy.
Apparently he really wants to play here. And then Wagner really is a Chris Greer
or he wants to drive up his market and his asking price. And
I don't think. Well, Buffalo has issues anyways because they've got now Allen's contract explodes, and so now they have to sign several guys, so they can't keep. Buffalo has that issue.
You need to drive up your market. How do you drive up your market, Big O? You know the game. You need to drive up your. You create a bidder.
You're 1,000% right. But I think in this case, from everything I'm hearing, this kid really, really wants.
He does. But he also needs a bidder. And this is the one thing, and you know this. Every agent wants the Dolphins in the conversation. Every agent wants the original team to think the Dolphins are bidding on my client because that raises the price. It's not just you need another team to be in the bidding. No, you want the Dolphins to be in the bidding because teams know they bid big. They bid big. And you got, if the Dolphins are in the conversation, you got to come with it.
Right.
So
right. No,
does
you're right.
Brian
You're right.
Hoyer need the Bills to think and conclude that, hey, he's one of their top targets? Yes.
I think Jordan Poyer is. I would go with Jordan Poyer because that's a long-term deal that you got to play with, and then I would go Bobby Wagner, and Bobby Wagner is a perfect Chris Greer special, a 2-year deal, because that's and you'll probably give him a 3 for that 3rd year to kind of play with the money, but it's really probably he's going to be here for a year or 2, probably 2, and that's before you have to pay Tua.
I'm going with Levante David.
If everything goes well, Wagner's deal in 2 years expires, and that's when Tua's deal will then kick in. So it won't be that bad. So I'd love to get my middle linebacker for the next 2 years in Wagner, and I'd love to get Poyer as my other free safety next to the stud. And so now you've got 2 safeties, that can cover and can do all kinds of stuff. Shit like that. I like that.
I'm going with Levante David before I go with Bobby Wagner for multiple reasons.
Okay, tell me why.
One, this is hometown for him. He's been in conversations with them multiple times and wants to play here, wants to stay in the state of Florida. And showing out for your home team and the leadership element. I'm not saying that Bobby Wagner is not a leader, but I like that. And if it goes well, then you potentially can have him here on a respectable deal after the initial deal, if he continues to play at a high level. So whereas Bobby Wagner's coming here as a mercenary, and the mercenary feel to me, and Ndamukong Suh and Lawrence Timmons killed the mercenary.
Did you see the year Bobby Wagner had last year with the Rams, bro? He played, bro. He had 6 sacks, had like 150 tackles, like 18 for losses. I think he had like an interception or 2. I mean, he had an elite season again.
For a bad team.
I didn't even realize that his season was that good until I looked up the stats. I mean, he played well, Omar.
He had 2 interceptions, 6 sacks, and yes, 140 tackles. That's pretty damn good.
And how many for losses?
TFLs. He had 10 for loss.
Okay. I mean, dude, how many forced fumbles?
Forced fumbles. He had 5. That's no. I'm sorry. No, he didn't have 5. He didn't have 5? Any. No, he didn't have any forced fumbles. He didn't have any forced fumbles.
He had 5 forced fumbles.
No, he had 5 pass deflections. I'm sorry, I read the wrong one.
Okay, well, that's pretty damn good too.
Listen. I'm not arguing your point now. I got to look at the film of both of them. I gave you the mercenary thing. I just don't.
He's a pro's pro, bro. He's been a tackling machine since he got into this league. He is Zach Thomas, bro. He is Zach Thomas. He is the guy that gives you all every single game. He was like that in Seattle, and brother, Jesus, I saw that. He was awesome this year with the Rams. I would love him in the middle of the Dolphin defense.
So why are they moving on? Because they signed a 5.
Oh no! Well, the Rams are in cap hell. They got to clear out. They got
hold on. That's more of a.
And by the way, they're also not going to win. So they need to turn over their roster. They have no picks because they've traded picks in order to build this team to win that title. So now they're going to do the reverse.
Listen, my brother, that's not a free agent. Did they put out a report that he's going to be cut? Because he's owed another.
Yeah. He's going to be cut. He's going to be cut.
He's owed another
they're trying to trade
$10 million.
Ramsey. They're trying to trade Ramsey. They're clearing out that team. Yeah, he's going to be cut.
That I find that interesting because that means they will have paid him $20 million for 1 year. Because he's guaranteed $20 million at signing of the 5-year, $50 million deal.
They're so over the cap that they have to, but they got their title, bro. It doesn't matter.
No, but he came on after the title. This is interesting.
I know, but it worked. And now they have the cap.
Oh, it's only 10 fully guaranteed. So what's the other one? I'm sorry. receive guarantees. 10 million is guaranteed signing. What's 5 million signing bonus? And no. Where's the other 10? Okay. If Wagner's on the roster for the 5th day of 2023 year, don't say 20 is guaranteed then.
He'll be cut. That's already been reported. He's getting cut. He'll be a
Yeah, that's not. I don't know why you say it's 20 guaranteed, because it's not 20 guaranteed. So yeah, they got a little wiggle room.
Yeah.
2020.
Well,
I'm sorry.
They're clearing out that whole roster. That's
No,
the
the
problem.
23 salary is guaranteed.
If he's on the roster, probably.
No, it's guaranteed. $7.5 million is guaranteed.
So
And then they get to avoid a $3.5 million roster bonus.
Okay,
So if he's cut, they do clear $7.5 million. So basically, they're clearing just his salary, but they still got to pay him $20 million unless it's they still got to pay him $10 million unless it's offset language. So maybe it is offset language. This makes no sense to me. That's something, a commodity that you could trade. So
they should release him, and the Dolphins should sign him. So that's all I got to say. That's it. All right, follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch him every week here with our essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange. Should be interesting next week as free agency starts.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
What's the amount of guaranteed money you'd give Lamar? Not Dolphins, but Big O, the GM.
You know, I'm not a Lamar guy, so I wouldn't even sign him in the first place. So I'm not a believer in him as a passer. So
Jalen Hurts, the amount of guaranteed money you give Jalen Hurts or Burrow.
Oh, okay, that's a whole different ballgame.
Okay, Hurts, Burrow, Herbert. What's their guaranteed money? What's the new ceiling?
I'd say about 150, 200 over 6 years, 5 years.
That's a lot. That's a 150 with 200 with 150 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those guys are.
That's short of the Russell Wilson deal.
It'll probably be like a $250 million deal with about 150 of it guaranteed.
That's short of the Russell Wilson deal, I believe.
Okay.
So,
but it'll be somewhere in that neighborhood. They're not going to give fully guaranteed deals to guys. They're just not going to do that. You know, and even, you know, you were talking about the Kirk Cousins thing. Those have been like short-lived deals, actually. And
Russell got 161 guaranteed.
Yeah.
With 5 over 242.
Right. Yeah. It's like, so I can see the 250 with 150, you know, and guaranteed. I can see something.
But it's 124 at signing. So you might be right. You know how these deals got some fake money in it.
Yeah.
Even a guarantee.
They're all 3-year deals, basically. So you're 124, you're getting paid about 50 a year for 3 years, and you're out of that money.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's why the Ravens only offered 133 in fully guaranteed money, because Russell only got 124. Right. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. But if he really wants a fully guaranteed deal, that's gonna be a monster problem for him, bro.
They already put it out there with Stephen A. That's not what they want.
A pocket passer isn't seeking contact. A running quarterback has no choice. Even with him, that it's like he's a hard running quarterback to catch because he has that Warwick Dunn quality to him, that Barry Sanders quality, that you don't really get a clean shot on him, and still he is taking punishment. You know, it's tough, dude. It's tough. Like Josh Allen, that some bitch ain't avoiding any hits. Like he's taking. I know he delivers some, but he takes the brunt of a lot of hits, dude, which is incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid.
Josh Allen got 150. Let me see what the real. Nope, guaranteed at signing 100 million.
Right. Well, that was a couple years ago. So it'll get to like 150 for those guys. I bet somewhere in that area.
I'm curious. Yeah. I'm dying to know.
I think it'll be a 250, not 200. 250, really.
Yeah, Josh Allen got 258. So over 6 years.
Yeah, it'll be something like that. All right, doggy. We will catch up next week. I appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you.
All right, Big O.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly and the Miami Dolphins. Well, the essential moving experts, Miami Dolphins Exchange.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Got a surprise for you, Miami Dolphin fans. Yes. Yes, we had Skylar Thompson on last week. We had Tua Tagovailoa's trainer and Nick Hicks. We had Keith Sims on Monday. Tomorrow, Robert Jones, starting guard for your Miami Dolphins, will join us at 3 o'clock tomorrow. We come at you live at Hialeah Park, and we're going to open the show probably around 2:45. I'll open up the show. We normally open up at 3, but since Robert is available at 3 o'clock, we will accommodate him. So I will start the show around 2:45 tomorrow, and Robert Jones, starting guard for your Miami Dolphins, will join us. We'll talk to him. We'll have some fun, and you'll get to hear from another current Dolphin on the roster. So I'm working on, we, Sean and I, as always, we are working really hard to get as many current and former Dolphins on throughout the season. Okay. So I'm working on some other names. I got a name that you guys are going to get really excited about coming up soon. So we're working. We're working. We're trying to figure it all out, baby. We will. Okay. I thought you were going to announce the legendary Dan Marino will join the show. I love Dan. Dan's the man, bro. I would love to get him on. You know what I mean? Be cool to get him on. So I know him. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't know him, but, Dan's not. Dan, he'll do it maybe with Joe, and that's about it, So I don't know if I could ever, I don't know. I think if I tried hard enough, Dan's always been super freaking cool with me. Always, dude. Always. I can never say, I love the guy as a player, my favorite, Dolphin and all that crap, but forget about that on the side. My dealings with Dan Marino have always been exceptional. I can never say he's always been super cool with me. Always stops, so say a few words, all that kind of stuff. I can never say a bad thing about Dan, bro. So, but yeah, maybe one. You never know. You never know. We can try. Big O, depending on where he falls, I think the Finns should try to trade back into the first round to get Bijan Robinson. Your thought? They're not trading up. I doubt it. My man. They don't have a lot of ammo. And so you can do a lot of damage with a second and 2 third rounders. You can. And I think that's your job as a front office. Maximize it. You need as many young players as possible. The loss of that first and third just kills them. Think about that, man. They would have had a 1, a 2, and 3 threes. Now you're talking. Now you can use 2 of the threes in the first rounder to move up if you wanted to. You can be a little creative and still have picks. But when you only have a second and 2 thirds, I just don't think they're making any kind of moves for anybody to move up. Not to the first round, that is. I just don't see that. Because you would have to give up your entire draft to do that. And it's just, no, they're not one player away. If they were one player away, then I'd be with you. But they need to fill a couple pieces, man. They need a swing tackle that they can count on. They've got to get a middle linebacker. They've got to get a cover safety. They've got to get a 2-way tight end. And I got to tell you something. I got a 2-way tight end in Tucker Kraft for me right there at 51. I would, if I don't think the free agent market is going to deliver the tight end you want. I think you're going to have to go in the draft. And I think Tucker Kraft is the guy that's going to be right there in that area. That would be the kind of guy that I like for the Dolphins. I think he would fit perfect to what they do here. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm looking forward to talking to Robert Jones, man. I think that's a great story with Robert Jones because he patiently waited for his opportunity. He's been, he's been a little jerked around, right? Where he gets into the lineup and then they pull him for really no reason and put Eichenberg in there. And then he went back after. And I just think Robert Jones has been a pro's pro. He has handled the adversity, like a champ, dude. And then when he played well overall. And he's been a nice street acquisition from the Dolphins. It goes in. I mean, he hasn't accomplished as much as Nick Needham has, but he kind of reminds you that he might be one of those additions like that. He did help out. Trill Williams was coming up. I'm excited for him this year. Poor kid. After being on the roster 2 years ago, last year was making his way up to, up on the depth chart. He would have been the 4th or 5th cornerback on the team, and he ends up getting injured, and you kind of feel bad for him. But I always love those street free agents because, they find a Zach Sealer, and somehow, you find a Brandon Shell off the streets. Vernon McKinley II is another young man that's kind of interesting that they found last year, and maybe he turns into something. The tight end, damn it, what's his name that I'm forgetting now? And we'll see. This will be his 2nd year, and I know he didn't play. The 2 opportunities he dropped the ball, but I'm forgetting his name now. But I'm always intrigued with these kind of guys that they find, the Salvon Ahmeds. These kind of guys that end up helping you out and they contribute. And they're guys that you can end up counting on, So that is cool. So I'm looking forward to talking to Robert Jones tomorrow. And we'll continue. We are, we're going to continue trying to, I want to get, if it's up to me, I'd like to have the whole team on at one point or another, throughout the off season and talk to, some former players too. So we're going to work hard. Tanner Connor, thank you to Extreme. We're going to work hard to get all kinds of players on. Okay. Starters, key backups, practice squad guys, former Dolphins. If we can get coaches on, we'll do that too, whatever. But we're going to try to give you, your Dolphins fix. Every day, every other day, whatever I can do, however we can, adjust it throughout the off season, but to kind of give you guys, it's really the only place you're going to be able to get, a whole bunch of Dolphin players and current and former and all that kind of stuff. So we'll have a lot of fun with that. Let's see. I was expecting way more from Alec Ingold. Well, wait a minute. He did a pretty good job blocking. I got to tell you something. I don't think they used Alec Ingold enough. I don't think it's his fault. And by the way, hopefully we'll get him on too. I'm hoping to try to get Alec on. I know he's got a new book out. I saw his interview with Travis Wingfield. Travis did a good job with him. So I'm looking forward to it. The Dolphins community keeps clamoring for more Robert Jones playing time. There you go. I can. You know what? I've had Garfinkel on the show. We'll work on that too. Love Garfinkel. That guy is, dude. He's a beast. Jesus, he's a beast. So, what can I tell you? When sports and business collide, folks, yes, we like doing something here on the show called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. right. Well, a lot of you like to go out and shop on Black Friday. I know Sean wakes up at least at 2 a.m. on every Black Friday, and guy goes ape shit. I mean, he is shopping. He is a shopping fiend, on those days. So those of you that love to shop on Fridays, Amazon Black Friday game, November 24th, 2023 at 3 p.m. Eastern. Typically, customers have to pay for Amazon Prime Video to stream Thursday Night Football. The service costs $14.99 a month or $139 a year, which is the best deal on the planet, by the way. Amazon at $139.99 is a steal. You get movies, you get music, you got sports, and you get Prime shipping. I order enough that I save my money on shipping alone with Prime. Okay, all the other stuff is like a throw-in. I've had Prime since that's all you could do is get free shipping. Before they had music, before they had movies, before they had live sports. And I loved it. It was like less. It was like $69, $79 in those days. Now it's $139, and it's still a steal. But anyway, Amazon has decided it's worth the loss in its potential sign-up revenue to try to establish its new Black Friday game ongoing NFL tradition. We're excited to expand our relationship with the NFL and build a new holiday tradition for our customers with the first Black Friday NFL game. We are so proud of our Thursday Night Football production and all the teams in front of and behind the camera. As families, we look to spend time together over the holiday weekend. We're excited to provide an opportunity for everyone to enjoy this new day of NFL action. The pregame show will be live and on site at the stadium as part of its coverage. Carissa Thompson will host, along with analysts Tony Gonzalez, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Richard Sherman, Andrew Whitworth, Taylor Rooks, and Michael Smith. The Thursday Night Football crew of Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, Kaylee Hartung will call the game. The NFL will pick two competing teams at a later date. And by the way, smart play by Bezos and company, because on that day you have a lot of people shopping. So now you give them a free game. You might get people to come to Amazon to shop instead of going out. You might pick up new customers because of that. It's a great way to expose Amazon to people that maybe don't use Amazon, don't know about Amazon. Football fans will clamor over to Amazon, and then while they're watching that, they might end up going, well, wait a minute, these people also have music, and they have movies, they have TV shows, all that. They have some live programming. Hey, maybe I should check it out, that kind of stuff. So it's pretty smart on their part to actually do that. Listen, Amazon is making so much money, it's not even funny. And these are the kind of moves that you want to make. And, that's the only game in town at 3:00 on a Friday. You will have all eyes on Amazon at that time on a Black Friday. That's pretty smart. And it's also smart to visit our friends at KSDT CPAs, Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, business, taxes, personal taxes. Call them, man. We got offices in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, 305-670-3370. You see that scan now? Go ahead and scan, baby. Lock it in. Tax season is here. They will take care of you at KSDT CPAs, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. And for our North Carolina friends, an office is coming in North Carolina. We'll tell you about that soon. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
We talked about this yesterday. And I told you ahead of time that Rich Eisen said these are 5 crazy rumors that I've been hearing in the combine. So quickly, The Tom Brady one was shot down. Tom Brady came out on social media, says, hey, I don't have time to come back to football. We just adopted a kitten for my daughter, if anybody knows what it's like, and he was having fun with it. So Tom Brady shot down any rumors of him coming back, okay, which is kind of crazy but I guess you came back last year, so people will throw it out there again. Phillip Rivers came out and said, I never called the Dolphins or the 49ers about trying to, what did he call it? Steal a ring. Okay. He never called. So that was also inaccurate information. And so this is Rich Eisen hanging around at the combine. And by the way, general managers are also full of shit. Personnel directors are also full of shit. Okay. College directors of scouting are also full of shit. Regional scouts are also full of shit. Owners sometimes are full of shit. They just throw stuff out there. Okay. A lot of you may not follow politics, but right now there's a funny thing going on in politics where one politician or another politician is questioning somebody in something, and they're using a media article, and the media is wrong on a lot of shit. And so the person that's being questioned, it's like, well, wait a minute, are you using that as a fact? This Washington Post story or this other one or whatever. Like Matt Gaetz the other day was like questioning some dude, and he was using a China newspaper as a reference. And the guy is like, oh, well, we don't use China propaganda for our information. And quickly Gaetz, I know he's kind of stupid, but he then realized how stupid what he was doing. You know what I mean? And so we have that kind of stuff going on. Okay. And general managers are the same. They hear some rumor from somebody else that was full of shit, and they're playing the telephone game. Oh, yeah, no, I heard that Brady still wants to come back, that he's just, if the Dolphins lose Tua, they could call him and all that. You know, crazy. Oh, I heard Phillip Rivers called the Dolphins and the Niners about coming back late in the season. Here's Phillip Rivers coming out going, that never happened, dude. I never called him. You know what I'm saying? This is why I tell you guys not to overreact when one guy says, Rich Eisen report. No, it wasn't a report. You got to listen. Okay. He said it himself. These are 5 crazy rumors that I heard at the combine. And he clearly called them rumors. He never called them reports. But now you're seeing rumors are rumors, right? Oh, no, Josina Anderson. Oh, the Dolphins are still looking at options to move from Tua. No, they're not, Josina. You got bad information. You got terrible information. And what was the other thing she got wrong recently? Right now that we just talked about with Omar? What was the other thing that she was wrong at? Oh, she said that Lamar wants nothing less than what Deshaun Watson got. And apparently Stephen A. Smith says that they're not really asking for a fully guaranteed contract. Does Josina Anderson really have any kind of insight? I'm just wondering, because you're throwing some shit out there on the Tua stuff that I knew was dead wrong, but I know about that stuff. The other stuff with Lamar, I don't know, but reports, out there are, he wants a fully guaranteed deal. And now Screaming A says, no, they're not really asking for a fully guaranteed contract. So, I mean, CBS, she ain't got the insight. Let's see. Michael Pulisic says, got to give credit to Rivers saying it would be stealing a ring. Couldn't agree more. Why don't these tough guy superstar QBs go join the Texans? Show us how awesome you are. Well, why would you want to go to kill yourself? I think if I'm going to come out of retirement, I'm going to join a team. I'm going to join a team where I got a shot to win. So, hey, let me go play for a shitty team and hit my head against the wall. Yeah, that's like saying, well, I can, go date Halle Berry or I can date Mama June. Yeah, let me really test my penis. Let me see if the blood will really rush to that area if I go out with Mama June. Yeah. No, of course. That's what we all want to do. We don't want to celebrate the championship of Halle Berry. No, we want to take on the challenge of trying to make it work with Mama June. Come on, man. Yeah, show us how tough you are. Join the Houston Texans. Yeah. Show us how much looks don't matter. Come on, man. Some of you out there, man, you come up with some shit there that you don't live in reality, really. You just don't. Instead of letting others throw shots at the wall, Josina's catching and throwing it up herself and looking like a complete fool. Yeah, no, it's just because you're dying to get your name out there, man. So you're dying to throw just crap out there, and there's like no substance to it. That's why I laughed at everybody that was talking about the Dolphins trying to make a move or, oh, they're working on a trade here or there. No, they're not. They're not doing any of that. But you want to keep giving those people your time and your views, and, you go ahead. You go ahead. You keep them afloat, and they provide bad information. Too much crap info. It remotely sounds ignorant, then it's crap. The bad boy dropping like a Led Zeppelin. Haven't been around for a bit, Big O. What should we do for a competent backup? You like Thompson? I do like Thompson, but he's probably a number 3 right now. He hasn't shown us enough yet to be at number 2. And I've already talked about this. Andy Dalton, Gardner Minshew, Taylor Heineke, guys like that, I wouldn't mind. Whichever one McDaniel thinks fits his system better. I almost feel like a Gardner Minshew would fit this system pretty good. I don't know. Maybe he's not good with anticipatory skills. I don't know that part, but those kind of guys, I would be satisfied with. Whatever, McDaniel thinks, but something along those lines as a backup quarterback. Although there's a part of me, I've told you guys this, in the second round, I wouldn't mind Hendon Hooker. Ain't going to last to the third. But if he happens to be there in the second at the 51st pick, I could not argue with that and develop that as a backup, and then eventually you can trade it or whatever. Or if, God forbid, anything happens with Tua, you have an insurance policy, and then him and Thompson, and you're developing something there. I don't think you could ever have enough quarterbacks, to be quite honest with you. So what else do we have? Big O, do you think you get Waddle? Maybe. We will try. We will try to get everybody, man. I will try to get as many people as I can on the show to talk some Dolphins football. Okay? I promise you that. I will definitely work my ass off to get as many as I can. What else do we have? Just a small note this is for media companies in general, okay? Locally, nationally, I don't care anymore, to be quite honest. I'm super happy where I'm at with Sean, and we have great support. Our support continues to grow every day. And we have our own sponsors and everything. So I don't have to worry about any of this stuff anymore. But I watched it at QAM at times, and I'm seeing it locally right now with all kinds of things, from radio stations to TV stations to pro teams, national broadcasts, whatever, you name it, in every walk of life of media. Can we just drop this fascination or need to fill a quota? Please? I just want you all to know out there, you're hurting your broadcasts if you hire people just because they're of a certain sex, because they're a certain nationality, because they're a certain color. Can you get back to actually giving people the job when they deserve it, when they have the skill set to do it? And whatever they look like, whatever sex they are, that doesn't matter. I feel like too many companies, and I don't want to start pointing exact fingers where I want to go, because I'm not going to do that, okay? But folks, stop forcing it. Stop forcing it. Turns into a bad radio show, television show, post game, broadcast, whatever it is you're doing. Just because you got to fill some quota, just because you want to make your company look balanced. And I get it. Everybody should deserve an equal opportunity. Guess what? You know how that works out? By skill set. What a concept. The skills is what defines you. The skills is what separates one broadcaster from another, one reporter from another, one writer from another, one show host from another, one analyst from another. Can we stop filling quotas? I'm just saying, take a step back. Look at the product you're putting out there. And maybe it's not up to snuff. Why? Because you were worried about a quota. Just want to say that because I see it all over the place. I see it when there's politics in play. I see it when there's, nepotism in play. I see it when there's some friendship in play. And then I see it when there's just a quota in play. Oh no, we've got to get this type of person in there, or this type of sex in there, because we don't have enough of this kind or that kind. So let's hire this person just because they fill that quota, and it makes us look like an equal opportunity employer. Just saying. Can we go back to actually giving a shit about the broadcast? Can we go back to actually giving a shit about reporting? Can we go back to actually giving a shit about what you do as a corporation? Skills will separate who you hire. Not the color, not the sex, not the sexual orientation, none of that. Not the nationality, none of that. Talent separates all. Hire the person that is more gifted. Hire the person that is more qualified. Hire the person that can really do the job. There are just too many people being hired in so many media jobs because they fill a quota, not because they have the skill set. We thank Ira Winderman. We thank Kurt Heelan. We thank Cameron Wolfe. We thank Matt Verderame and Omar Kelly. Tomorrow on the show, Robert Jones, starting guard of your Miami Dolphins, will be joining us. Andy Behrens also will stop by. He couldn't join us on Monday. We had to push it back. So Andy Behrens will also be there. Alan Poupart also. Loaded program for you tomorrow. Appreciate all of you out there. Isais, once again, thank you for the Bitcoin donation. Remember, you can always make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Money Mitch, you sent in a super chat about Omar. Is he a franchise QB? And I forgot to ask Omar. I apologize. I usually don't pay attention to the chat board during the interviews, and then I saw it after, and Sean gave me a heads up on it. And so I apologize, my mistake. But Money Mitch, thank you very much for sending in the super chat. I think, by the way, Omar does think he's a franchise guy. He's just concerned, like a lot of us. It's just durability issues now, with him. But I think Omar is convinced that he's a franchise guy. I think most of you should be convinced he's a franchise guy. The only question now is, will he adjust and do the things he has to do in order to stay healthy? That's it. But Money Mitch, thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate it, and we apologize once again, especially me. Sean saw it, and he told me about it, but definitely my fault there. Remember Robert Jones tomorrow at 3:00 for you Dolphin fans out there, so you don't want to miss it. We'll have some fun with Robert. We'll see you tomorrow. Different time at 2:45, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.